All right. Yes. And this is it. And finally, we are all here. And this is this day. Angular Global Summit 2024 by Geekle is here. Here with you, Ed Nadine and Sia Snitsarenko are your hosts today. And we're so happy to see you here. We see lots of people in our audience, and I hope will join more and more. And today we have such a nice day to learn something new about technology, about JavaScript, about Angular. People, I'm so happy to have all of you here. And as always, first of all, I greeting and inviting to say something our beautiful community manager, Sia. Hello, Sia. How are you?
Hi, Ed. Great. I'm doing great, and I'm so happy to be here today. As it's my second Angular Global Summit, actually. So we are like family. It's a great community, and I'm so glad to have a chance to cooperate with them all.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you for putting all together these great speakers lineup and all these materials and stuff. Thank you very much. And folks, as always, who knows us for years, you know this tradition that we always write in chat where we now, where we're from, where we're based, just to let organizers know that we're not alone in this chat. Just to say hello, just say, just type what city you are based in, what country, maybe what room you are in now also. And let's get it started because it's very exciting for us to see how folks from all around the world saying hello and saying their locations. I'm in Nice and France, and Sia now is in where are you now?
I'm in Uzhgorod, Ukraine. Uh,
Uzhgorod, Ukraine, yeah. And we have a third team member now, but he's not online, unfortunately, due to power outage in Ukraine, huge and exhausting. And our developers team had troubles to connect to our website for I don't know few days. It's so exhausting, but still we're here. We have our summit. We are here, and we'll do this beautiful content for our audience. So what we got here, and yep, Denmark, as always, our old friend and good friend Christian Ludemann, and he's one of speakers of ours, and also he's the guy with the nice workshops. So we'll mention it later. And also, hello from Tunisia twice, and from India, hello everyone, and again, hello everyone. And please do not hesitate to share your social links in a chat because we're here not only to learn, but also to socialize, to network, to follow each other, to see what's new. Well, this is an event, and I want to give a little more perspective of what we have today. This event surprisingly gathered 1,600 registrations, which is great actually. Despite all difficulties we had with preparations here, where we have pretty big number of registrants. And also we have 17 awesome speakers, 8 for Junior Day, which is today. And Junior Day, as always in Geekle, is for free because we say if you are a junior, you probably have some questions about the bread on your table. So once you're a junior, come and take this basic information and career advices and these networking opportunities with top level speakers, world's top level speakers. And our senior day should be at June 25th, I believe, with 9 more speakers with real deep content, with real nice use cases. And for those who are middle plus, it will be really beneficial to be there. And if you still don't have tickets, we're keeping tickets on a very middle price yet. So please join, and don't forget to buy tickets. So today we'll have 3 blocks, 3 Q&A sessions, 6 hours of content in total. And yeah, tell us more about event. Yeah, what do you have to say to us?
Of course. So I have one reminder for our audience to stay active in the chat. We are here to answer your questions. You have an amazing opportunity to get some more insights, to clarify some information, get more other sources, advices, pieces of advice from our speakers. So write your questions in the chat related to their presentations or something you haven't chance to ask an expert in this field before. We are extremely open to discuss all the questions during the Q&A sessions, as I'm always inviting all the speakers live for the Q&A sessions to be here with us. So don't miss your chats. Also, you have an opportunity to buy a full access ticket, 20% lower price with promo code Angular Live. It's a great opportunity to dive deeper, to learn more, to meet more experts, extend your expertise in this field. So yeah, Angular Live gives you 20% discount. Feel free to join us. I will be happy to see you all. And also, what should I say? Individual recordings of speakers' presentations will be also available for those who buys a full access ticket. And those who buys a full access ticket will get a certificate by mail. So you will have a proof that you learned all the good stuff we have prepared for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully, we'll deliver those recordings in a week, maybe later. So yeah, because of our situation. Anyway, we have more people writing in chat. Yeah, I see links here. And yeah, Ukraine located in Toronto from Dania, and also from Brazil, and also from Ghana, from all around the world. Oh my God, Bulgaria too, and I guess Czech Republic. Sorry if I'm mistaken with the flag. It's quite small, and I'm not so good in flags. Sorry. Yeah, we have more links here. I will connect all of you, and please do connect me. Let me read some topics of today, because we're here not just to network, but also to learn something new. And first talk is getting started with new Angular and building with AI. Like first topic, and we hear this AI word. By the way, what's your experience with AI? Do you people use some code completers or code generators in your daily work, or you tried? What do you think about it? Is it the future? Of course, we don't say will it replace or not, because we know that AI it will never replace software developers or engineers as a class, as professions. We don't believe that. But still, what do you feel? Is it already useful? Please share in the comments. Next is what's new in Angular 18, and next, long road from zero to hero, how to become senior developer quickly. 1 month or something? No. And next, server-side rendering with Angular, and then I5 Angular SSR and hydration. It's deep stuff. I hope it's for junior track. How I migrated my course platform to analog with Spartan stack, as probably is from Christian Ludeman, which is real nice talk. Should be connecting your Angular app to the blockchain. That's fancy, because it looks like we have the blockchain spring or summer now, and it's blockchain is back on the scene again. and prepare for the future Passkeys in Angular. That's what we should expect today for the junior day of Angular, and more deep talks are to come in senior track on 25th. Well, that's what I wanted to actually read about our topics today. And Sia, what should we say and mention before we start our first speaker?
Actually, our technical team just texted me that we will switch a little bit. We have a slight change in the agenda. So the first topic will be Load Road from Zero to Hero, to encourage you all to stay with us and learn other info you need to develop your career quickly. It's because of power outage, and the video of the first speaker is not yet available, but it will be available later. That's the only thing. And also, yeah, I'm happy to say that we are finalizing this extremely exciting conference season with Angular Global Summit, and we will have summer rest. So don't miss your chance to grab yourself a ticket for the senior track. It will be really good stuff. And I guess we are ready to start.
Yeah, speaking about the summer, but first I want to thank to every speaker who actually joined this summit, who contributed their time and energy is invaluable. Thank you for supporting community. Thank you for being with Geekle. Speaking about this summer, we are you're actually first probably who will hear that, or maybe react the first. Anyway, we're gonna have the hackathon. Geekle is going to actually launch our very first hackathon in the history, and this hackathon will have aim to build the new platform for Geekle, and it's super AI powered place for engineering creativity. Just I can tell you more. Just stay follow our updates. But it's gonna be real fun and lots of practical stuff there with super high level judges and mentors. You don't want to miss it. We'll send some emails about that. So this summer will be hot for me and not so restful as I wanted, but I'm here for fun. Thank you very much for joining us, for hearing us for these last 10 minutes or 15 or something. No more chat. Let's go to our content. Okay, Sia, stage is yours. Let's do that.
Thank you. Thank you for an amazing introduction. And yeah, it's time to invite our first speaker to the stage, who is Mateusz Szulczewicz. He is principal Angular consultant and trainer in Logular. As I mentioned, his topic is long road from zero to hero, how to become a senior developer quickly. Yeah, let me invite him to the stage.
It's a pleasure to be here again. Today, I would like to tell you a little story named Long Road from Zero to Hero. So, how to become senior developer quickly. Like probably you expect, it will be a little story. It will be not typical presentation. So keep calm, take some coffee, take some tea, sit down, and please listen this little story and try to find yourself in one of characters I will present today. So this story is based on actual events. It's hard to believe me that it's true, but it's really based on actual events, and in the end I will tell you a little bit about it. So, like in every story and books, we have chapters, and today we will have 4 chapters, and we will meet 4 characters that maybe are a little bit close to your current state. First of all, meet Jack. Jack is a guy who one day wants one day to become a programmer. You know, this programmer in big building working for very important clients, but there are a few problems. When he started, he doubted in himself. Am I able to learn it? Too much material in the internet. Where I should start? There is a labyrinth of knowledge. Git, Jira, frameworks, C++, Java, TypeScript, JavaScript, if TypeScript, Angular, or Vue, or other frontend or libraries like React. Basically, a lot of choices to do. So our poor Jack has problem with lack of direction, lack of clear path, and he can be blocked because when you first install npm, then you know what is going on there, and sometimes he needs help. And he is brave, but everyone has limits, and someday he can just burn out. But in our story, suddenly there is a small message from Logular world. Follow the white rabbit. And our Jack was so tired of working alone that he decided, whatever, I will check what is going on. Maybe it's scam, but I will try it. And he entered some game bar where he can just play some games, and he just playing some little programming game, and suddenly it becomes that he was invited to Logular world, where everyone is able to become programmer, almost everyone, but I will tell you a little bit who can't later. First question our Jack has here is where I should start. Again, too many paths, and it's true. But basically in Logular world, everything works based on your current skill grid. But fortunately, Jack is a small child in the world of programming, and we don't need to check his skill grid because there is nothing. And basically we made a lot of, let's call it simulations. We talk with a lot of friends, a lot of programmers, and basically, trust me, it's not important where you start, it's important where you finished. And for example, I started as C++ developer. Later I was doing something in Java, in Perl, in PHP, and suddenly now I am working in Angular. Basically, the beginnings are very similar in all languages and frameworks. So in Logular world, our Jack has simple path. He just has some lessons in this game loop, and now Jack thinks, oh no, it's again the same. I will hear something about pointers in C++ and watch a lot of videos about something, but it's not true. What is true that here we are crafting theory and we are cutting it to the size that you really need. For example, if you want to teach your children how to tie shoes, you are not talking about some materials, how these shoes are made of or whatever. You are just showing, here is your shoes, here is how you can tie it. And basically this is what we are doing, just crafted theory. The next important element is exercise. Can you imagine that you can, learn jiu-jitsu or boxing without exercising, just watching videos? Probably it's impossible. And the same with piano. Can you imagine that you are watching some videos that some guy playing piano very well, and later you just come on, sit down and play some sonat or something else? It's impossible. That's why it's very important to put some effort on exercises, and I think it's the most important part of your career in the beginning. If you want to become programmer, you need to do something and you need to play. Or if you learn piano, you need to play. But it's not all, because you can try to write some program, code something, and you can have knockout, or what does it mean in programming word? You can just can be hidden by some bug, by some red alert in the console, and you don't know what is going on. That's why before you start exercising, the very important part is showcase. So just simple instruction how you can do it with your mentor, and mentor can show you and basically take care of you in the first steps of trying something new. And here is important note that it's easier to learn something from the scratch than change existing habit. So it's very important to put mentor and feedback in the beginning of your journey as programmer. It's really hard to work with some senior guys who, has some bad habits, but it's impossible to change it. I really prefer to work with someone less experienced, but with open mind than the opposite. Okay, but it's not the only thing we need to discuss today. We have theory, we have exercises, we have showcases, but also important note is feedback. You need to get constant feedback from your mentor. And this is how it works in Logular world. But it's not the end. There is a next level, like in every game, like in basically life. We can teach you something, but later we need to check it if you really know it and somehow connect the dots. The name of it is a challenge, and there we are putting a real world features to, practice something. It's really important in your future job. I think as a employer, I would like to take the guy or a girl who can deliver features that I need, not counter or some useless piece of code, some real world features. For example, the list, the detail, some form to save something. This is the real world features that you will be doing in your future job. So if you can do something now, it's better to do something correlated with business features. And if you have it, then you will have a big performance and you can learn a lot of stuff in good time. So let's sum up it a little bit. Our Jack needs to learn, practice, do challenges, get feedback, and repeat. And this is the beautiful loop of getting knowledge. But it's all about our Jack. Let me introduce you to chapter 2, where we can meet Jessica. Jessica is a girl who one day wants to be a junior developer in some company. And maybe you think that she has different problems than Jack, but unfortunately not. Basically, it's constant. When I become a junior, what is my current evaluation? What I need to learn to become junior? I am blocked, lack of path, knowledge overload, too many materials, basically nothing changed. And to make long story short, our Jessica, of course, came to Logular world, to our white rabbit, and where she can do exactly the same path like Jack, but it's not true because Jessica is not a baby. She's a little girl who can walk. So we can back to our skill grid and check what is going on with her knowledge. So we need to evaluate it and create a skill grid for her and eliminate the basic path for it, but create a path based on her knowledge. Like you see, maybe we need to put some knowledge to the left bottle, maybe a little bit to the right, but the middle one looks good for me. So it's important, or maybe if the work Jessica would like to apply needs the middle skill, then it's great to put some effort to get a better results in this skill. But we are not treat everyone the same. If you know HTML, then we don't need to teach you HTML. We can teach you something new. So our path is a little bit different because you need to jump over different topics. And this is a trap that I noticed that many junior has, that we as juniors want to solve complex problems, do big challenges, final bosses. But if I can suggest you something, when you are a junior or wanna become a junior, it's better to play different games than master one. And I'm not talking about different frameworks, different technologies, but different games in one framework. If you are learning Angular, it's nice when you understand the whole picture of the game. If you understand all elements Angular has, not, put a lot of efforts of learning one thing, for example, be the best in performance. It's not important in the beginning. In the beginning, if you want to become a junior, it's really nice when you know the whole possibilities of framework, and later you can connect the dots. That's why I really suggest, if you want to become a junior, want to start working as a programmer, to make a horizontal development of your skills, not vertical. And now I would like to back a little bit to our people who can't be programmer. So programmer is not for everyone, but it's not about math skills, about physics, but programming is for people who love solving problems. Because as a programmer, in the beginning, you will have small issues to fix. Later it will be bigger, and finally you can solve a big problem in your company. But you don't need to make the final boss in the beginning. Become every day a better programmer, solve easier problems, later bigger, and finally you will be really good guy who can save your company in the bad world. So let's sum up a little bit about Jessica. We can have theory lessons, of course, for her showcase lessons, exercises and challenges, but it's prepared for her based on her skills. But there is one thing that we need to introduce there. We need to introduce projects, because as a junior, you need to know all blocks in Angular, but also you need to be able to create application fully working. And like in this picture, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it must work. So if I can give you advice, you need to focus on two things to become junior. You need to focus on horizontal development and or on quality of your work, because you need to deliver stuff that works. It's normal because when you start working, you are a professional programmer, so it must work. It's not the play, it's not the game. Okay, so back to the sum up. Let's sum up it a little bit again. So we need to learn horizontally, practice and tests, do big challenges, get feedback, and repeat. And like I said, be professional, because you need to start a job. It's not the game. Okay, let's meet Mark. Mark is a guy who is a junior developer, and one day he would like to become independent mid developer. And it's a problem of getting some knowledge. Typical, I know that I know nothing. And basically, if you thought that when you start programming, you see a lot of paths, let's wait for becoming a mid developer, because then you can discover millions of paths to do, millions of topics that I can learn. And, it's really overwhelming. And again, but back to the topic again, our main character has some problems. What I should learn next? There are millions of possibilities where I can find a good quality knowledge. Now we have a new problem, because we know something and now we need to find a good quality of knowledge, which is hard in current internet. And how can I know my code is a good one? How is my code clean? Why, when I am delivering some feature, I make many bugs, but my colleagues who is senior doesn't? Why it's working in this way? And how I can become a better programmer? What I should improve? What if I am not able to deliver in the future some feature? I am a professional. I would like to, solve all issues in the world. So again, a lot of problems. Problem with direction, problem with paths. We have next episode of our success road to become a really good programmer, but it's closer. Trust me, we are becoming closer. And our Mark, of course, join our Angular world. And like you probably expect, he will not get the same path like Jessica. Because finally, it's time for vertical learning. But Mateusz, what I should learn? There are a lot of stuff, million paths. And it's true. And again, our skill tree, skill graph is more important. It's important more than ever. And now I would like to make a small note, because I am talking about junior developer, mid developer, senior developer, like it is a person. But the truth is that seniority is not on the person, it's on skill. And seniority of the guy is nothing else than a projection of all your skills on the matrix of things that you need to know in your work. That's why in one work you can become a junior developer, while in other you can be a senior, because everything depends on the level of hardness of something to deliver, and basically, again, horizontal and vertical scale of skills. So how to choose a priority to make this vertical learning? It's basically easy, maybe not easy, but you can just check what skills are needed in your future company or in your current company to become a mid developer. Take a look what kind of skills has your friend, what kind of skills is needed in your job. Then you can learn what you really need and become a mid developer in your company. But again, mid developer in one company can be senior in another company. So keep it in mind and focus on your skills, and then, this projection will be not important for you. And the next thing is that when you become a mid developer, it's time for making mistakes. And of course, analyze it and learning from it, not only making mistakes, but making mistakes in the work are really expensive. And it's true. So I not suggest to, make some mistakes in your work and spend half of a year refactoring some stuff because Mateusz said you need to make mistakes. No, in Angular world, we are doing some simulation of it. And together with Mentor, we are showing you what some issues can cause in the future. And this is how we like to do it. But of course, the best learning is on your mistakes. But sometimes it's good to learn from other mistakes or from your mistakes, but in, safe environment. And also, when you want to become a mid developer, it's a nice moment when you want to find holy grail of programming. And maybe you will find, maybe not, but to achieve it, now, after horizontal and vertical learning, you can introduce third dimension and zoom out a little bit and take operational view perspective. And what you can find there? You can find their architecture, clean code, principles, and stuff like that. So maybe on your road to become a mid developer, you will not find a holy grail, but for sure you will be really close to it. And it's not important, because important is that you are looking for the best solution for your problems. And if you find it, probably you will start using it everywhere. Okay, this is the end of the chapter 3, a mid developer season. But let me introduce the last character. Let's meet Selena. Selena is a mid developer who wants to be a senior, El Senior. But like you probably expect, again, we have small problems here. One of problems is motivation, because our Selena basically introduced a lot of effort to become a senior developer. And a lot of people have problem with motivation because, there are money. You can earn, you can go some vacations for buying some cool stuffs, maybe houses, have some really good car, and you don't need to become better because everything is working fine. But if you really feel it, if you are really inside, this programmer from passion, for sure you will try to find something, but you can be tired. Or you want to find this holy grail, or you found it and you want to use your version of holy grail everywhere, but business doesn't buy it. Sounds familiar? Oh, you are over engineering stuff. You need to do something simpler. And unfortunately, this is this moment. So this is the moment that you found the holy grail. You want to use it everywhere, but there are new stuff on the table. You need to care of the team. You need to care of people there are. You need to take a big picture of design, understand domain well, find the best solution for the problem. And the sad thing is that after this long road from zero to hero, you found the best architecture, the best framework for your problems. I don't know, it can be NGRX, it can be hexagonal architectures. And suddenly you need to choose worst solution. And after climbing of the wall of Holy Grail, you need to go down because you need to use some stuff that you used to know when you were junior, and it's painful. And it's easier and less expensive, but you put a lot of effort to find the Holy Grail. So now we are again making a zoom out to strategic view, where as a developer, you need to balance, like on skateboard, over versus under engineering. So it's time to find the best solution for a problem, and it's very common that you will use something that you were using in the past as a junior. But the difference is that now you are using it because you know that it's the best solution for this problem, not because this is the only solution you know. And basically, this is the moment that you need to connect closely with business and understand why we are doing it. Because we are not doing stuff just for technical stuff. We are doing our job to deliver difference for the business. And this is our goal. And you need to use your Holy Grail everywhere. You need to use your Holy Grail in very complex project. And I know that I wanted to try to tell you something nice about beginning, about ending. I know that there are a lot of stuff around people, psychology, proactivity. I focus a little bit on technical skills, about skill grid, about, these different layers, tactic, operational, and strategic view. But, this is a long topic, and unfortunately, I don't have one day here in Global Summit. But if you want to talk a little bit more about, I am more than open to chat with you on Twitter, or just we can catch on email or somewhere else. So slowly we can, escape our logular world. And like I mentioned before, I would like that everyone here can find your own character that is similar, familiar to you, and also that you can find your own moral from the story. But what I would like that you remember after this talk, that it's really important to have mentor. And programming is like everything. You need to have theory, exercise, challenges, and constant feedback. This is really important part. That you need to craft path based on a skill grid. It's not for everyone. Everyone should have different path. to make it faster to become a senior developer, to make it really quickly, and give you possibility to make mistakes. There is no global seniority. Road is everything. I know that it sounds strange, but seriously, we tried to teach the best practice from the beginning, and suddenly later it occurs that we need to teach again these things that are in the beginning. So unfortunately, you cannot be a senior without all steps. And yeah, that's all. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope that I put some thoughts in your mind about your current state, what you should do now. And my name is Mateusz Wędzewicz. I am a principal consultant in Logular, also co-owner together with Greg Radio. And I told you in the beginning that this is based on the real life story, and seriously, we are making something like that in real world. We started it 2 years ago, and we have change life counter. That means that we change life of some people who wanted to become programmer, who wanted to start a new job or just become better, and we change life of almost 30 people, and now they are programmer in really good software houses or software companies. And basically we change the life about 50 people, gain their skills and improved more than 300 people. So Logular World really exists, and if you would like to get in touch, if you would like to find some more information, I will show some QR code that you can find all my social medias and a little bit more about my perspective of upskilling and how to become better. Or you would like to join our brand new mentoring program, just leave here your email address exactly here, and we will contact you soon, and maybe you can join our mentoring program in next months. Here is the QR code. Thank you a lot. It's really a pleasure to be here again, and have a nice day. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you, Mateusz, for the presentation. It was great as always. And Mateusz's presentation inspired me to ask you one question, guys. Maybe you have some personal advice about how to develop your career, how to move to the stars and become a senior developer, or to reach a level of middle developer. So please feel free to share your life hacks in chat. And also do not forget to ask the questions. We will answer them during the Q&A session. And let me invite our next speaker, who is Aristidis Mompakos, web development team lead from Plex Earth. He will tell us what's new in Angular 18. And I'm glad he is live with us today. Let me invite him to the stage.
Hello, Sia. Thanks very much. It's really glad to be in another Angular Global Summit. I was 2 years before, so I really enjoyed. And thanks very much for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and taking your time for preparation. And I won't take much of your time. Let me add your slides to the stage. And yeah, it's here. Do your magic, please. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Aristidis, and today together we're going to see some new features and updates in the release of Angular 18 that was released earlier this month. First things first, some information about me. I live in Greece, in the second biggest island, which is called Evia. And I work as a web development team lead at a company called Plex Earth, where we develop web applications with Angular in the front end and Nest.js in the back end. Since 2020, I'm a member of the Google Developer Experts program for the Angular framework, and I'm also the author of Learning Angular and Angular Projects books. Learning Angular is a book that is destined for beginners to the Angular framework that want to learn the basics and get started with Angular development, whereas Angular Projects is a book that is a better fit for developers that have already a basic knowledge and experience in Angular and want to dive deeper. For example, each chapter is a different project with Angular and another technology. Let's say we have Angular with NX, Angular with Electron, Angular with NGRX, and so on. The latest edition of my Learning Angular book, the new edition, the fifth one, is now available to pre-order from the Amazon website. It is fully updated to Angular 18, and you can get it by scanning the QR code on the slide or visiting the link at the bottom. If you want to connect with me via social media, you can find all my social profile links in my Google developer profile at g.dev/Aristides. Awesome, let's get started. Let's see the agenda of today's talk. Today we're going to see some new features and updates in the following Angular areas. What's new in tooling with Angular CLI, package dependencies, and developer experience? What are some APIs that were recently graduated from developer preview and are now stable and safe to use? What new APIs and methods we have in the Angular router library? What improvements Angular 18 brings as far as content projection is concerned? What new APIs and methods we have in the Angular Forms library? Some great news about hydration and internationalization. And last but not least, and very important, what improvements we will see in Angular 18 with change detection and some things about the amazing future with Angular. So let's start with tooling and developer experience. We will see some new features and updates in the Angular CLI and the package dependencies of the framework itself. As with any major framework, as with any major version of the Angular framework, we have some new versions with core packages and dependencies. Angular 18 is compatible with TypeScript 5.4 and Node.js version 22. In Angular 18, we have also a new command in the Angular CLI. The new command is called ngdev, and it is an alias for the ngserve command that we all know and use for development purposes. If you open up your terminal window and run ngdev and execute the command, it will execute the ngserve command under the hood. The Angular team decided to create this alias for developers so that to be consistent and aligned with other frameworks that have a similar command for development purposes. In Angular 18, we have also a new build system, which is under the Angular/build npm package. This new build system contains a small collection of Angular CLI builders that were previously in the Angular dev kit. And the main difference between this build system and the Angular dev kit is that it does not require to use Webpack. It is based on the ESBuild and Vite existing build pipeline. And since it doesn't use any Webpack, we will notice 30% less package dependencies downloaded on our projects, 30% less disk usage because we have fewer files, of course, and from a supply chain perspective, it is more secure. Why is that? The Angular CLI builders use Webpack, and Webpack consists of a lot of plugins. So by not having Webpack installed in your projects, fewer developers have access to your actual code base. In Angular CLI 18, we have also a new feature which is concerned with the project workspace and the folder structure. The assets directory that was traditionally used to to keep static files like fonts, images, translations, and icons is now been renamed to public. So if you have any third-party tool or a bash script that relies on this assets directory, I would suggest to modify it so that it reflects to the new name. In Angular 18, we have also some APIs that were graduated from developer preview and are now stable to use. These are the famous control flow syntax, where the ngIf, ngFor, and ngSwitch directives were replaced by the if, for, and switch blocks. We have also the deferrable views API, which is now stable, has a major which it will improve your application performance and the core web vitals. So you can now start using the defer block and its sub blocks, the placeholder on the loading, as a stable feature. And finally, the Angular Material 18 is now based on the Material 3 specification. Now let's switch to the Angular router library. And first, we will see some new APIs that are concerned with resolvers and guards. Now, the code sample that you are going to see, it is written with guards in mind, but the same technique can be also applied in resolvers. So here we have a very basic guard, an authentication guard, which is of type canActivateFN. In the body of the guard, we inject two services, an authentication service that we have built ourselves and the router service. The guard checks the is logged in property of the authentication service, and if it returns true, it allows the navigation to perform in the application. If it returns false, then we call the navigate method from the router service. The navigate method will tell Angular actually to perform a redirection in the route path specified by the parameters in the bracket, which in this case is the root path. Alternatively, we could have used the parseURL method from the router service. The parseURL method creates a URL tree object, and when a guard or a resolver returns a URL tree object, it actually tells Angular to perform a redirect in the specified route path from the parameter. But one major drawback of the parseURL method is that we cannot use navigation extras while we perform the redirection. And just a refresher, navigation extras is an options object that alters the conditions of the navigation at that point. So we can set properties like query parameters, skip location change, or replace URL before making the actual redirection. Thankfully, in Angular 18, we have a new API which is called redirect command. And the redirect command can be imported from the Angular router npm package, and it will help us use navigation extras in resolvers and guards while we redirect. So the previous code can be converted to this one. We still use the parseURL method, but instead of returning its result through the guard, we keep it in a local variable. And our guard now returns an instance of a redirect command. And in the constructor of the redirect command, we pass two parameters. The first one is the URL tree that we created previously, and the second one is the navigation extras object that we want to use. Another new feature in the Angular router library is in the configuration of the routing of our application. Suppose that we have this routing configuration. We have two route definition objects. The first one points to the product path, which activates the product list component. The second one points to an empty string path, which, as we know, is the default path in the Angular framework. And here we use the redirect to property to redirect to the previous product's path. We all know that the redirect to property is a string property. But in Angular 18, we can also pass a function of type redirect function. And this redirect function is just a simple arrow function that gives us access to the full activated route snapshot object, which is active at this point, so that we can perform our custom logic before making the actual redirection. So the previous code could be converted to this one. Here, the redirect to property is an arrow function, and the route object inside the arrow function is a full activated route snapshot object that we have access. After we perform some kind of custom logic, we need to return the route path that we want to redirect to. And in this case, it is the product's path. Okay. So let's see some improvements now in content projection and how we can set default content when nothing is not projected inside our content. Suppose that we have built an Angular application before Angular 18 and we have these two components. The product card component, which contains an ng content selector, and it will be used to project some content from another component. And then we have the app component that uses the product card selector, but it doesn't project any content at all. So if we run this application, we will get a blank screen, as we will see in the right-hand side of our screen. In Angular 18, we can pass some arbitrary content to be displayed in such cases when nothing is not when the consumer of the component doesn't project anything. So in this case, we have added the text no product, which is displayed when the app component doesn't project any content. Here we can add any valid HTML template, not only text. And this, the power of this feature can become more obvious if we use content projection slots. So, for example, if our product card component had two more ng content slots, one for the header and another for the footer, we could also add additional default content that would be visible when nothing is passed in the header or in the footer slots. Much more simplified than before. Excuse me. So let's now switch to Angular Forms. In Angular 18, we have a new mechanism which is called Unified Control State Change Events mechanism. Before Angular 18, if we would like to get notified about when the status or the value of a form control or a form group changes, we needed to subscribe to two different observables. The status changes observable and the value changes observable, and perform our custom logic inside the subscribe block. In Angular 18, we have a new observable that combines those two, and this is called the events observable. If we subscribe to the events observable of a form group or a form control or even a form array, we get an object which is called EVT in this example that can be of any type, status change event or value change event. So inside the subscribe block, we can write our custom logic that differentiates between the instances of the EVT object and perform a conditional logic. Status change event and value change event are not the only events that are currently supported by the mechanism. We have also the pristine change event, which is concerned with the pristine status of a form control or a form group, the touch change event, which is related with the touch status of a control. And then we have two more events for forms. One when the form is submitted, which is called form submitted event, and another when the form is reset, which is called form reset event. So I have also some great news to share about hydration and particularly internationalization. So if you have an application that uses internationalization and you want to use Angular SSR and hydration, you can now in Angular 18 use hydration in your ITN blocks. This is a feature which is currently under developer preview, and you can enable it like this. You import the with ITN support method from the Angular/platform browser package, and you pass it as a parameter in the provide client hydration method inside the application configuration. So I would suggest you to go and give it a try and let us know what you think. If you have any problem, you can always file an issue on GitHub. And finally, let's see some new features which are concerned with the most important mechanism in the Angular framework, which is the change detection mechanism. So let's see some updates on that. Let's have a look first at this block of code. It is part of a product details component that displays product details, of course. Here we use the new control flow syntax and particularly the if block to display the title of a product, its price as a currency using the pipe, and we also have a button which is used to add the product to a shopping cart. And we bind the click event of the button element to a method add to cart in our component. Additionally to that, we have also added the same click binding in the parent HTML element of the button, which is the div element. So if we click the button element to add our product in the cart, the add to cart method will be executed. The click event will bubble up in the hierarchy, and the add to cart method in the click binding of the div will also be executed. But is it bad to execute it twice? Well, sometimes it is, because it depends on the business case. In these cases, it's bad because change detection will also be triggered twice for the same function at the same time. So if we want to disable this behavior, we can use a new method which is called provide zone change detection from the Angular core npm package. And we can call this method by setting its property event coalescing to true. If you create a new Angular CLI 18 application from scratch, you get that for free. So you don't need to do anything. Also, if you want to revert this behavior and have this bubble up of the events, you can set event coalescing to false. And now let's switch to the most hot topic in the Angular these days, which is zoneless applications. Angular applications traditionally use a library called Zone.js to trigger change detection into the framework when something is changed. And the usage of this Zone.js library has some disadvantages. The first one is that we need to download about 30 kilobytes of JavaScript into the client. Zone.js works by monkey patching some browser events so that it can trigger change detection by monkey patching those events. Unfortunately, sometimes it triggers change detection more often than needed, and this may impact performance in some Angular applications. And the third disadvantage is that Zone.js is hard to debug. I guess you remember some error logs back then in Angular 16 in your console, in your browser console, where you couldn't really tell from which part of your code the error was coming from because of all these Zone.js error messages. Unfortunately, thankfully, the Angular team in the latest versions of the framework has simplified that and make it easily for us to differentiate our error messages. But again, by default, Zone.js is hard to debug. So in Angular 18, we have a new method which is called provide experimental zoneless change detection, which we can import from the Angular core npm package and add it to the provider's array of our application configuration. Now, this method is in experimental mode, as the name implies, and it tells Angular not to include Zone.js in our application. So let's see briefly how zoneless applications work. They don't use Zone.js to trigger change detection because there isn't any Zone.js. Instead, they use Angular APIs that are well-known, safer, and more controllable, like Mark4Check from the change detector ref or the Signals API. We can use zoneless applications also in unit testing in the testbed class so that we can match our testing environment more closely with the production environment. Also, zoneless applications do not require using signals. At first, when the Angular team was designing signals, they had the vision that it will help them go to zoneless. But in the meantime, they saw that this can also be achieved without having signals obligatory. So you can use zoneless experimental today in Angular 18 without using signals. But it is recommended to use Signals API these days for better performance. And finally, in zoneless support, in zoneless applications, we have also support for native async await. Before that, with Zone.js, this wasn't possible because the async await syntax was not monkey pageable from the Zone.js. So to recap, what are some key takeaways from this talk? Angular CLI brings improved ergonomics in the Angular CLI and the related package dependencies. We get massive performance optimizations with the stable APIs and the new change detection mechanism and zoneless applications. We also get some simpler APIs, as we saw with Angular Forms and Angular Router. And last but not least, and very important, I would recommend to go and ng update your applications to Angular 18. Thank you so much for watching my talk.
Thank you so much for giving your talk. It was great and really interesting. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
And see you at the Q&A session. So I encourage our audience to type your questions in the chat. We will answer them during the Q&A at the end of the blog. And yeah, as I promised, let's switch to the next speaker. We fixed technical issues and let's get ready to hear from Tracy Lee. She is CEO, RxJS core team, Google developer expert for Angular from company called This Dot. Her topic is really interesting, getting started in the new Angular and building with AI. Let me add her to the stage.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to my talk. I'm so excited to be here today. It is so exciting to see all the new exciting stuff happening in Angular. Angular 18 was just released, so you should definitely check out some of the blog posts. There was a really great one that Minko just wrote, and let's get started to my talk. So today we're going to talk about the new Angular. Again, there is just so much happening here in Angular. We'll be covering a few things today. So this is, we're going to be talking about the new documentation. We're going to be talking about Material 3, the control flow syntax, signals, deferrable views, server-side rendering, basically all the stuff that was really exciting in 17 that is still progressing in Angular 18 today. My name is Tracy. You can follow me on Twitter at LadyLeet or on LinkedIn at Tracy S. Lee. I'm the CEO of a company called This.Labs. I love doing things related to JavaScript, application development, and we are hiring. So if you are interested, definitely hit me up on Twitter or LinkedIn. It's 100% remote. We have a global team. We're looking for senior project leads and architects, or you can just email jobs@this.co as well. I am a Google developer expert for Angular. I'm also on the ArcsJS core team. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a GitHub Star LM. So I'm really excited about all the new things in Angular. For example, there is the new documentation, and this is the new home for Angular for any of those who are wondering. Angular.dev. You can scroll it, you can check it out. But if you want to learn Angular, this is basically the place to be. Material. So this was kind of funny because until Angular 17 was released, I wasn't really paying attention. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention to Material 3 for quite some time, but it was introduced by Google in 2021 when all of us were still sleeping. So Material 3 is actually now stable in Angular 18. It's actually backwards compatible with Material 2 as well. So the great part about it is you have to do less code refactoring to make it work in your application. I also have 2 links down here, m3.material.io to learn more about Material 3, and then also the documentation and guide to figure out how to theme your apps with Material 3. So if y'all look at the Material 2 part of this, you can see that it looks a little bit old. It looks like the old web. And then Material 3 looks like the new web. So that is pretty cool in my opinion. And I want to kind of show you guys again kind of what that looks like. So you can see Material 2 from a design perspective. This is what it looks like. Material 3 all of a sudden bigger, more beautiful, different font. And again, the buttons are all different, everything like that too. So it's really fun to kind of go check out the different components and everything and figure out like what the new design standards are, because that's basically what we see on the internet, right? I also want to show you guys a code example of kind of what that looks like. So for this presentation, I've built this little app. I want to show you all the app first. Let me see if I can do that. So you'll actually see right here, this is my app, and it is in Angular Material 2. So it looks old, doesn't look pretty, but you can check it out. And basically, I want to show you guys in the code as well, kind of what that looks like. So this is Material 2 and Material 3. So we're basically importing material over here. And I'll tell you that all I have to do is basically add defining my theme over here. So you can see here where I've defined my Material 2 theme over here. We're all familiar with primary, accent, and worn and the different colors. But over here, I've defined a yellow palette. Font is Roboto, and then I've basically included this backwards compatibility thing. So this is actually really cool. I want to show you guys how cool it is, because I think one of the reasons why I was really excited about using this app, and the app I've built, by the way, is because I'm really excited about using AI. So I can just, copy paste this, open up GitHub Copilot and say, what does this code do? And then I can copy paste the code right there. And you'll actually see that GitHub Copilot is just telling me exactly what it's doing. So over here, it's defining a color palette, typography. This is the density. What does density do? Defines theme to all material components, et cetera, right? This mixin is likely to be used for backward compatibility for older color variants in the theme. Exciting, right? So it really takes a lot of guesswork out of having to Google things and things like that if you just need a little bit of love. So I really enjoy that. Okay, so anyways, I added in my Material 3 over here. I'm going to go ahead and press save, and then we're going to go back to our app. And would you know it, that it is going to be, hopefully, crossing fingers, in Material 3. Ta-da! Look how pretty it is. Look how pretty these buttons are. Look at that. They're so different. Okay, and I just kind of want to walk through this little app here really quickly. So I haven't updated this app to be Angular 18 because Angular 18 was literally just released. So I haven't fed it the information it needs to know. But this is an app that's using basic RAG. So give you guys a little example of what that is. Shout out to Carter from AstroDB for giving a little chat with me and kind of helping me understand how he's explaining it as well. So this is connecting to OpenAI, and I'm just using ChatGPT to build a little Angular GPT. So I'm using ChatGPT. It's coming back and telling me what it is. So that's the generation part of it. The A part of it, the augmentation part of it, is I'm telling this app, the ChatGPT specifically, that it should be an Angular superfan. And then what I'm doing is I'm using R, so retrieval, and I'm using AstroDB under the hood for that. And what we're doing is we're going and feeding ChatGPT all of the different information, and it's able to query a vector database and find the information about what's going on in Angular 17 so that it will, it will know exactly what it's doing. So let me go ahead and show you guys what I mean. So you can say, what is the latest? Oh, thank you, typo. What's the latest syntax of Angular? And you can go here. It's thinking, and it's control flow syntax in Angular 17. So again, ChatGPT doesn't know this. The only reason it knows this is because it's actually querying a vector database that I set up that feeds it all the information about Angular 17. And I'll show you guys that code in just a second as well. So I'm going to go ahead and present again, but now I'm going to go ahead and show my code. I feel like this is a little, detour from Angular, but it's exciting to again see it in implementation. So, I showed you the material 3 stuff, but you're probably curious about where I'm basically scraping things and loading it in. So this is pretty cool. So it's over here. This is basically just a little script that you can run. And this is all the information I fed it. So I fed it all this Angular data. I didn't feed it that much data. I could have fed it more. Sure, fine. But if you want an explanation, you can just copy paste this, go over to my little chat bar and say, hi, explain this code to me. And I copy pasted. And GitHub Copilot is telling me all the amazing things. So what it's doing is it's scraping web pages, splitting the script content into chunks, embedding the chunks using the Cohere API, and then storing the embedded chunks into a collection in AstroDB. And here you go. It's telling me all the modules I need to import, all the environmental variables, like the API keys, a list of the URLs. Again, this is so cool, right? Because you can basically create your own. It's so amazing. And again, shout out to Carter from DataStax again for creating like a Taylor Swift GPT, which is kind of what this is based off as well. So this is basic, this is how to get the information into your app. Then you go to app component and you'll see over here, like I can just go here and say, what is this code doing? And, I would highly recommend you all actually to check out this 3-hour coding session that me and Ben did. We created something very similar to this app. We did it in, what did we do it in? We created an NX, but we used v0.dev as well. So it's pretty fun. But this tells you everything it does. So anyways, I digress. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off really quickly and go back to my presentation. But again, as you can see, I'm very excited about all the capabilities of AI. It's so exciting. Okay, so we left off on the code example for material 3. I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about the declarative control flow syntax now. So the great thing about this is that there's ability to have cleaner templates. So you can actually just write if, else if, for, and switch statements just in your code. It really reduces a lot of the different overhead of like toggling between the template and TypeScript. And I love that the Angular team, again, has just made it so easy with automatic migration. I mean, it is just purely magical. And you can look at it here. So this is an example, right, of kind of what we had to do before or what you're probably maybe still doing now. And then look, you can just write a little switch statement right here, and it's so beautiful. Now, I want to show you what that looks like as well in the code. It's actually harder to do online presentations because you have to like toggle between all the different windows and everything like that. But let's go ahead and go into my my app component and my HTML. And over here, you can see I'm just have an if else statement right there. Boom, done. And that's how beautiful the declarative control flow syntax can be for your app too. So I highly recommend, again, check it out. Migrating if you haven't already. Ask questions. Team is amazing. So they're happy to share information with you or troubleshoot with you. Okay, signals. Signals is such a hot topic. The reason why I wanted to talk a little bit about signals is because I feel like there's just been so much confusion about signals. When signals first came out, it was very much like, oh, this replaces RxJS, and it doesn't. But I just wanted to kind of share what signals is. So signals basically just knows when something's changed. It really reacts to a completion of operations like API calls or update, and updates the UI. It allows you to manage user input, so you can update the UI based on user interactions. And it allows you to coordinate data flow, so being able to share data between components and everything. Now, I was talking to Ben about this, and of course, being the creator of ArcJS, he was like, "Oh my god, let me have a conversation about this." So, as I was putting this together, he went off, and you can find this thread on Twitter if you like. But it's actually incredibly useful, and I went ahead and summarized it here. The last conference talk I gave, Manfred loved this presentation, so I'm so happy it was useful to some people. But basically, observables are just composable functions with guarantees, right? So you can use this for cancellation and event coordination. Previously, a lot of people were using observables for state management, but now with signals, it's recommended to use signals for state management instead. Observables are generally stateless. They have multiple values. Signals maintain state and they have a single value. With observables, you push n values. With signals, you read one value. Should you convert an observable to a signal? Yes. Should you convert a signal to an observable? That is avoidable, so probably not. There's a lot of information about how people use signals. Like Tim, for example, I really love the stuff that he's been doing. You can check out his signal forms as well. And I want to show you guys signals in action. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and present. And I'm going to present my code this time, if I can find it. There we go. Okay. So here is basically us using signals. You can go to this app component over here, and then you can actually see 3 signals. So these are 3 writable signals, and then you have a computable signal. And that basically does these things. So that basically connects to what I just showed you over here, right here. And again, if you want to find out more, I think for beginners, it's been interesting talking to people who are using GitHub Copilot, because a lot of people use GitHub Copilot just kind of in line to write code, right? Like it can, reason about kind of or predict what you want to write. However, I think it's much harder for beginners when, maybe you're getting familiar with code or just starting out your code journey. But I love this because it basically helps explain some of the code to you. So you can say, this line creates a signal named thinking and it initializes with the value false. A signal is a type of variable that can notify subscribers when its value changed. Right. So again, giving you a great example on kind of what GitHub Copilot can do for you. I should have put this in my talk description that I'll be talking about this. But again, okay, sorry, I forgot to tell you. So if you look over here, right, you can see that I'm using signals in my code. But the cool thing about this is I'm not having to use any Angular forms, reactive forms, anything like that. Right? I'm not having to use any of that. I'm just literally writing signals, right? And then boom. So that is kind of the cool part as well, right? Like signals allow you to write much less code and do things a little bit closer to, I don't know, maybe writing less Angular. Everyone wants to write less code, right? So, anyways, I digress. Let's go ahead and go back to the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. I went ahead and showed you the code example for signals. Now let's talk about deferrable views a little bit. Oh my gosh. But before we do that, I guess I have to go back and actually show you guys how cool this app is. So let me do that first because, I'm about to end my presentation and I just want to show you guys. I kind of explained what I'm doing with RAG. And so you've seen this Angular GPT, right? And I didn't show you guys how signals works in here. So you can see that this signal here, it's just waiting for a question. I can add a question, latest syntax in Angular. I can click send and it's thinking. And then all of a sudden it's outputting something for me, right? It's telling me what to do. So that is cool. I think another really cool thing about, the fact that this is basically, using RAG is that I went ahead, in my code, I had told this chatbot what it was. I told it that it was an Angular superfan. But it is kind of cool that you can basically say like, um, talk like a cowboy. So I'm adding that into my server. Um, I feel like I should show you guys what that looks like, but we're running out of time, so I won't be able to do that. But if I ask it another question, we're hoping that it talks like a cowboy. Again, I just changed a little bit line and add it. And you can see this is showing me that I'm able to do the A part of RAG. I'm able to augment what ChatGPT is and tell it that it is a cowboy. So pretty exciting. Okay, let's move on to the rest of the presentation. Okay, now let's go to deferrable views. Okay, so deferrable views. I love the internet and I love the community because everyone's basically doing the same thing. I mean, I feel like deferrable views is very similar to islands, very similar to Quick. If you've heard of those, definitely buzzwords out in the community right now. But basically, what I love about it is framework authors are allowing us to have performance by default. So deferrable views are now stable in Angular 18. You can actually lazy load components directly into a section of your template. So you can lazy load components, directives, and pipes. So what that does is it allows you to reduce the initial bundle size. It allows for prefetching. There's less boilerplate. And you can see over here that basically it's using the new syntax as well, right? So you can see this defer right here, placeholder, and boom, done. Server-side rendering has been a hot thing as well. Basically, no more Angular Universal. Server-side rendering is directly integrated into Angular CLI. You can just run ng add Angular SSR and it will automatically update with ng update. Faster build times, which is yay. And you can learn a lot more on angular.dev at /guide/server-side rendering. So we learned a lot today. I hope you all had fun. It was like a little bit of a mix between RAG and Angular and all those other fun things, but we should definitely hang out. You can check me out again on Twitter at LadyLeet. You can always email me directly or find me on LinkedIn. I'm so happy to be a part of this conference. Thank you so much for having me, and we'll see you next time.
And thank you, Tracy, so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, she cannot join us for a Q&A session as she has a terrible flu, and I'm extremely thankful for delivering the recording. And I just typed her all the questions we received from the chat, and as soon as I got her reply, I'll drop the answer in the chat. And Aristidis will join us for a Q&A in a couple of minutes. So we have Aristidis with us already. Hi, glad to see you again.
Hi, Sarah.
So let's start with the questions. How has developer experience improved in Angular 18?
Yeah, with the introduction of actually the biggest improvement in my opinion is the introduction of the control flow syntax, because now the writing and actually the Angular team did a survey, user survey, and they saw that most developers from different backgrounds, not only Angular, were it found it difficult to write an ng4. They didn't remember the syntax. So they introduced control flow syntax, which is much closer to how we write a for loop or an if else in JavaScript. So it is much easier for developers. They don't have to go to the documentation and find what is the syntax for ng4 or ng switch. I think this is the most basic improvement in DX, because control flow syntax also paved the way for the defer block. It was the basis that led to the implementation of the defer block.
Great, thank you for the answer. And we have one more question for you. Are there any new APIs or directives introduced in Angular 18 that developers should be aware of?
I think in the talk we covered the most basic ones that were released in Angular 18. I think that in a minor version of Angular 18, they also plan to release another API for declaring let variables in the template. There is a pull request for this feature, which is very important and will also enhance developer experience. For directives, we have the ng optimized image, which it wasn't introduced in Angular 18. It was in 17, but in 18 they have put some major improvements. They have improved it more. Yeah, that's all.
Great, wonderful. Thank you for the answer. And actually, that's it. Yeah, we don't have any more questions for you. I'm so thankful for your presentation, for you to take time to prepare this content for us, for joining us live. It was a pleasure to cooperate with you, and I hope to see you at next Angular Global Summit as well.
Thank you, Sia. It was a pleasure to present in the Angular Global Summit. Hope to see you next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And yeah, we have time to grab a coffee or tea, a glass of water, whatever you prefer, as we are having a break. We will be back with next blog at 3:10 p.m. UTC. Oh.
Yeah, here we are. I thought I have to actually launch this stream.
That's fine. If you have a chance, it would be great.
I'm sorry, guys. We having issues, and looks like Sia again out of electrical power. And I'm catching up here. I hope you can hear me now. Please let me know in the chat. Yep. Yeah, looks like I'm live, and it's a great news for me. Unfortunately, we have these troubles again. Sorry about that, and we are, but we keep going with our event. So our next speaker and next topic is real awesome. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Yeah, and great lineup of speakers coming up. Absolutely. Our next topic is a server-side rendering with Angular. I really love this topic. It's a thing now. It's trending topic among all frameworks we've been working with. Lots of talks on different conferences, and seems like all the tech moving that direction. So here today at the junior track, I'm happy to actually invite our speaker, Alan, to explain how it works, why should you use it, at least you should understand how it works. So I'll try to actually start this presentation of his and hope you will see it.
Hello and welcome to this talk where we're going to cover server-side rendering with Angular. So my name is Alan, or just Al, and I'm a Google developer expert in Angular and Google Maps. I've been working with Angular for a very long time, started back in 2011. That was before version 1.0. It was in beta back then. And what I've been doing since then is consulting and training, and my company is angulartraining.com. And I'm also a conference speaker who gets to travel and speak at conferences like this one all around the world. So today we're going to talk about server-side rendering, and in order to make things realistic, we're going to use it on a real application. So it's a small application, license plate store with a few pages, a landing page with products, a cart page with the contents of the cart, and a checkout page. So very simple app, just a few screens, but this will be enough to give you an idea of how server-side rendering works. So let's get started with the why. Why would we use server-side rendering, also known as SSR? So first it's important to remember what happens with regular Angular, right? When we don't do server-side rendering, what happens is that our browser navigates to a URL, and that URL is going to get the HTML from a server and then download some JavaScript, download some CSS. And then the browser has to parse all of the HTML and interpret it. And based on what's going to be in that JavaScript, there's going to be Angular code, of course, and that Angular code is going to build the DOM. The HTML DOM structure gets built from our Angular code, which displays our components. Then these components, most likely, they're going to make HTTP requests to a server to get some data and update the DOM again to display the data. And then once all of this is done, our page is fully rendered. So this is what happens when we use a regular Angular application. Every time you display it for the first time in a browser, we go through all these steps one by one. And maybe it sounds slow the way I describe it, and that's on purpose, because it does require to do all of this, and it can be a little bit slower than what we would expect. When we do, and the reason why all of this is happening is because if you look at the index HTML of a regular Angular app, it's going to look like this, right? It's going to be mostly empty. The body of the page is just going to have this app root element for your main app component. And then you're going to have a few scripts to download the JavaScript of the application. The CSS might be inline here or included as a dependency, as a file. Doesn't matter. It's a very small index HTML. And then we really rely on the browser to download all of this and then build the application, instantiate the DOM really at runtime in the browser. So this works, of course, because many websites are built like this, and we've been using Angular this way for many, many years, but there's an impact on performance. And depending on the complexity of your application, you can have things that are pretty slow because there's a lot of code to download before the page can be displayed. And so this is an example of a screen that comes from Lighthouse. So Lighthouse is a tool that you can use in Google Chrome to run a quick performance test on your website. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. So in that test here, my performance was 85% on that website. And we're going to run it again. So I'm going to go to that website, store.angulartraining.com. I'm opening the DevTools here and navigating to Lighthouse. And from Lighthouse, I can run this report. So just checking performance here. I'm going to click Analyze Page Load. And it's very, very quick. So I let the run happen here. It's just loading the application and measuring all sorts of metrics around the application, testing different network speeds, testing different aspects to see what's the impact on the website. And we're going to have that score very, very soon. There you go. Oh, it's even worse now. I get a 72 on that website. And so you can see that this score is divided into multiple different pieces. All of these three-letter word, FCP, LCP, TBT, CLS, and they're all detailed down here. So FCP is first contentful paint, meaning the first, how long does it take before we have enough on the screen to have all of the content displayed, right? So the first paint of the screen that has everything needed to do something meaningful. So it took 1.1 second in that case. And down here, it shows us a timeline, right? Where we can see that initially the app was empty. There was nothing going on. And then it's still empty. And then it displays loading. And then we have one component displayed and then more components. And then more data gets displayed and images and such. So we can see that it's really progressive. It takes time to load all of this from a browser perspective. And so we get a score here that's not ideal. So how do we improve that? We improve that with server-side rendering, of course. That's the topic of our talk for today. And so that's a timeline that we just talked about. The main problem with that timeline and having empty screens and then things being displayed one by one is that the layout of the website is changing, right? We're adding divs and blocks of information one after the other, which makes the layout shift around, and this has an impact on slower device. So if you have a slow computer or a tablet or a phone, on these devices, the layout shift has a bigger impact because the screen is smaller, of course, and there's usually less power in these devices as well. So if your website keeps shifting around when you load the website, then it's just gonna drain the battery. It's not a great user experience. It's slower and it requires more computing power. So that's why it's very important. Not shifting things around so much is very important. So when we do server-side rendering, the main difference of what happens is that all of the HTML is pre-generated on the server side. And because it's all pre-generated on the server side, when we access the application, we download the HTML and the CSS as we did before, but then the page is fully rendered. And that's the main difference, because everything was already pre-rendered on the server. So we download everything and we have the screen displayed instantly. So it's not going to load the components one by one. Instead, we have the full page displayed right away. And then the browser starts downloading JavaScript, parse the JavaScript and interpret it. And then Angular is going to take over the DOM and control future updates. This is the process that we call hydration in server-side rendering. So when you hear the word hydration, it really means that Angular is going to use the DOM that was the HTML that was pre-generated on the server and just take over that DOM and add its event listeners and all of the code of our components to just reuse it. So it doesn't recreate the DOM from scratch. It's non-destructive hydration since Angular 17. And yeah, that's a process of really Angular loading after the fact and then taking over that DOM. So server-side rendering, as you can guess, has many benefits. Because the application and the web pages are pre-rendered on the server side, it enables caching. Right? Your server can cache that information, the browser can cache the HTML, and so when a user comes back to the website, it's much faster to display it and then to reload it later because that HTML is already downloaded on the client side. Search engine optimization is of course a big deal with modern web applications, and if that's a concern of yours, then SEO usually works better with pre-rendered pages because they load faster, right? And all of these scores that we saw earlier with Lighthouse, they tend to be much better when we do server-side rendering. And so better performance, which is pretty much a summary of everything we say so far. All of the scores are going to be improved. FCP, LCP, CLS, the content of the page remains stable. You have everything loaded from the start. And as a result, the Lighthouse score is improved. So how do you enable server-side rendering? The great news is that it's been improved a lot over the last few versions of Angular, and now it is really easy to enable server-side rendering in your apps. For instance, if your project is already on v17 or v18, all you have to do is ng-add @angular/ssr. You run that command and you're good to go. Your project becomes server-side rendering compatible, and you don't have to change anything else. The schematic here is going to change your project structure automatically to add support for server-side rendering, and it's going to be enabled by default. If you want to try on a brand new project, so a brand new v17 plus project, you can just do ng new --SSR, and it's going to do something similar, create a brand new project with the SSR structure in place. So what's the difference between an SSR project and a regular Angular project? This is the output in the terminal of the schematic when you run this command to add server-side rendering. So you can see that 3 new files are created: a main server.ts, a serverconfig.ts, and a server.ts. So 3 server-side files are created. Angular JSON is updated, of course, the TypeScript config, package JSON, because there's more dependencies, and the app config. So I'll show you what this looks like. In package JSON, we get an extra command that's added to serve the project with server-side rendering on. So that's one change. And of course, the Angular SSR package is added. So these are the 2 things that change in package JSON. There's the server-side code, which is automatically generated. So you don't have to worry about it. It's all done for you. It's using Express, and it has all of that Node.js code generated, and then nothing to worry about. Main server TS, which bootstraps the Angular application on the server side. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all of the changes that happen. And so then when you run ng-serve or ng-build, the project is going to be built with that server-side rendering in place. It's also important to note that hydration gets enabled automatically. So in the app config, there's this provide client hydration option that gets added. And so as a reminder, hydration is how Angular takes over the server-generated HTML. So instead of recreating everything, it just takes over that HTML and basically plugs the component into that HTML structure. And it all happens in the background. We don't have to worry about it. It's all done for us. So if we compare the before and after of SSR, things usually look like this. So on my license plate store application, before using SSR, we saw that first we have a blank screen, and then things get loaded little by little, and then the app gets fully loaded, and we have a performance score that's what it is. And once we start using SSR, we get the entire page loaded right from the start, because all of the HTML is there. And so the only thing that changes is the images, right? The only difference between screen 1 and screen 2 down here is the images being loaded. But you can tell just from that timeline that the process appears to be a lot faster. And with Lighthouse, I tend to get a 100% performance score when I do that, because of course, there's no more layout shift. The first contentful paint is immediate as well, so things are a lot faster. We can take a look at that. So here I have my server-side rendered application on localhost. I'm going to go to Lighthouse. I'm going to run that test again and see what the result is. So Lighthouse always takes a few seconds. It's loading the app in different ways, with JavaScript, without JavaScript, testing different options. And my score is not that great here. So that's what happens when you test things live, because it depends on my internet connection. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not. But this content layout shift is improved. So the score is improved compared to before, and the CLS is now perfect. It's all green, which is really nice, because of course there's no more layout shift at that point. So that's a good example of server-side rendering. We see that the application loads faster, the timeline is improved, and the content layout shift is gone, pretty much, which always improves the performance score. So the difference that happens when we use server-side rendering is visible in what gets built by our project. So if you look at the dist folder in your project after building the application, you'll see that there's pre-rendered HTML for all routes in the application. And I'll show that to you right away. So in my small app, I have the following config. So these are my files, src app routes. So this application has 3 routes: store view, cart view, checkout view. And so when you look at the dist folder in the browser folder, we have a cart index.html, checkout index.html, and the main index.html for the default path. And when I click on any of these, we see that what we have in here is a pre-rendered page where all of the HTML was pre-generated at compile time. So if I open the cart index.html, same thing, we have the code, we have some HTML displayed in here. It's not just the components now where there's really everything. And all of that was pre-generated at build time and then refreshed at runtime on the server side. So we get all of these static index HTMLs that are pre-generated, which didn't happen before SSR. Another thing that's happening, and that's pretty interesting to look at, I'm going to show that to you as well in the browser, is that the data for each page also gets downloaded. Because what happens is that when the server pre-renders the application, it's going to make the HTTP request from the HTTP client, if you have any. And to make the client side take over even faster, to make the hydration process even faster, that data from the server is actually cached and sent along with the HTML. So here you can see this ng state script element. And what this is, it's a JSON syntax. That's the list of the products on that page, because this list of products is loaded from an HTTP request. It's an AJAX request made by the HTTP client. So the server is sending that data along with the HTML so that when Angular takes over on the client side, for the first request, instead of trying to go to the server, it's just going to use that JSON that we already have on the client side, which makes things even faster. So it's really smart and powerful, right? There's a lot of very good ideas like this implemented in Angular server-side rendering. So now that we saw how easy it is to add server-side rendering, are there any things that we have to do differently when we use it? Are there any, downsides or exceptions to make? So for the most part, the code can remain exactly the same, meaning there's no adjustments to make, except if you're using code that is browser specific. For instance, if your JavaScript is referring to objects such as window, document, navigator, or location, of course, these are browser specific. They run on the client side, so they won't be available on the server, which means for these specific scenarios, we have a solution, and that solution comes through the form of 2 new lifecycle hooks that were introduced for the first time in Angular 16.2. And these hooks are called after render and after next render. So this is what they look like. You would use them in the constructor of your components. And so after render is going to run after every render on the client side only. And that's why these hooks are important. They don't run on the server side. The server side is going to do nothing with after render and after next render. It's going to ignore that. It's only going to render on the client side in the browser. So that's why you can manipulate document navigator, all of these JavaScript client-side objects and methods and properties, you can now play with them in those hooks. So the main difference between after render and after next render is that after render is going to run after every single render. So the app renders your component. If a change happens and the component re-renders, change detection and such, then this is going to run again. Whereas if you use after next render, it only runs once. So kind of like an ng on init, if you will, it's going to happen only once. So most of the time, I guess after next render is what's going to be useful. So we talked about server-side rendering, but I want to touch on static site generation as well, or known as SSG. Because the thing with server-side rendering is that we need a Node.js server, right? We need a JavaScript backend that runs that code on the server. And that can be a constraint. I know that some companies don't like that. They don't want to run Node.js on the server. They don't have the infrastructure for it. And maybe they don't want to use a cloud service for that either. So if you don't want to do that, then you can just use pre-rendering, or also known as static site generation, or SSG. And the main difference between SSG and SSR is that you just rely on the pages that are built at compile time when we run ng-build, not on the fly at runtime. So that's a very good compromise, right? Because you don't need a new server infrastructure. You can rely on what you're doing right now, and you still get a boost in terms of performance and SEO, because these pages are going to load faster since they have been pre-rendered at compile time. So it's pretty good for static content that doesn't get updated very often, or would require a build to be updated anyways. And so all you have to do in that case, if you want to use SSG, is run ng-build, which compiles your code, and then you can serve the static files from that build, just like a regular client-side Angular app. So it doesn't change a thing from how you're going to deploy that code, because as we saw earlier, it's all there, right? All of the index HTMLs have been pre-rendered already, so I can just serve that folder, and there we go. I'm compatible, and I have a statically rendered application that Angular is going to take over and refresh instantly. Another thing that's important to know about is that, when we use Angular, we use a router, and the router, by default, when you use server-side rendering or SSG, Angular is going to look at your router config and pre-render everything from there. But there are routes that have parameters, right? And Angular cannot guess what these routes are because they have parameters, such as product/1, product/523. So any route that has an ID in them, Angular would not be able to guess what these IDs are and pre-render them. So what happens is that we can help Angular with this. We can pass a routes file as a parameter, and that routes file is just a list of all of the routes to pre-render. So one by line, and you can have as many lines as you want. So if you want to pre-render, let's say you have a store and you want to pre-render all of the most common products that people are likely to buy, you can do that and list /product/1/product/2 and have all of these common URLs pre-rendered. So these two options are passed to the SSR config. Discover routes by default is true, so it's going to figure out automatically what things to re-render. You can make it false if you want to completely take this over and do it manually. And then you have the routes file option, which is where you give the path to that file and you list all of the things you want to pre-render one by one. So that's where the config is. It's in Angular JSON pre-render option. So in this example, I set discover routes to false. I pass a routes file, routes to pre-render.txt, In that file, I just say render the default page and render the cart page, but don't pre-render checkout, because checkout maybe doesn't make sense to pre-render. So that's all I have to say about server-side rendering. There's a lot more going on with SSR. Just want you to know that if you're an Angular developer and want to showcase your skills, I'm running the only Angular certification made by Google developer experts in Angular. You can learn more about this at courses.angulartraining.com. We have 3 levels of certification, from beginner level 1 to expert level 3. And I want to thank you for your attention. The address of my blog, of my free newsletter, the access to these slides is available here. And if you want to learn more about Angular, I do 3 monthly Angular workshops. You can scan that QR code or just go to courses.angulartraining.com to sign up, and you'll be notified when one of these monthly workshops happens. So I hope that this talk gave you a good idea of what server-side rendering does, how it works, and how it can help you build better, more performant applications. Have a good rest of your conference, and thanks for tuning in. Bye.
All right. Yes, of course. Thanks to Alan for this introduction in the server-side rendering, but I have another speaker on my backstage. So Maya, I'm inviting you with pretty much similar, I'm not saying the same topic. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, well, I'm excited about the conference, but we're experiencing real tough times with electricity power outages in Ukraine, and our normal system where like everything goes in place is down, and we're trying to do stuff with laptops and Wi-Fi routers and that's. But anyway, we're here and we work with what we have. Yeah, I hope your talk will describe this technology more and from some other interesting perspective.
Yeah, I hope so. And let's start.
Yeah. The stage is yours. Share your slides, please, and then I will leave.
Here I am. So, I will
right.
do something a little bit different, but I want to also tell a story about SSR and how everything had begun. So here I am today. Before beginning, I want a little bit to introduce myself. So my name is Sumaya, and I'm a senior developer at Atlantis. That is a consultancy company in the north of Italy. I work mainly on the front-end part, and I like to speak about all the issues that I encountered in my work, especially in front-end, but also with Web3 and anything it's technology I like to talk about. So server-side rendering. As I said, I want to tell a little bit of story. So let's go through all the history about server-side rendering, how web application was built at the beginning, and how we arrived to having server-side rendering in Angular 2. So server-side rendering, it's actually a technique to render our web applications on the server. So what has happened that when we render our web pages, we actually ask the server to get all the HTML fully rendered and ready to be displayed in our application. And this is a little bit different from what we are used to, in particular in Angular. We had traditional single page application till last year. And this is a little bit different technique, but it was really popular to do everything on a single page application. So the initial load was like minimal, so we didn't require much stuff from the server, and everything was added with a lot of JavaScript. So what's the benefit for introducing SSR in our web application? It's that the first initial page loads is really faster, and so we just had like all the data in the first like beginning of our rendered page. And also there is a big optimization about SEO, and this is like so important because like for us that develop like web application, we usually ignore SEO because like SEO is more related to websites, and for web application it's a little bit like we can ignore that, but it's actually really important. So if we can improve it and actually work with it, it's like really beneficial for our applications. And also we had a really better performance for what we build. So let's go through the history of SSR. So at the beginning, like at the beginning of the century, we had like all the web application was actually server-side rendered. And this is like really funny because like if we think about what we are using now, it's like something from the past. So initially we had like these servers or PHP or Ruby on Rails, Java, and everything was actually on the server. No one's ever like cared about the client side. And then like 10 years later, we have like everything was like flipped completely, and we just had everything on the client. So everything was important on the client side. And that was like the time where Angular, React, and many like frameworks that was like popular for single page application have been like created. And this is like what for Angular have been like the most important part, and mainly like till now we are still mainly using a single page application. And then modern web came up, and there is not like a big like separated rendered solution. So we don't have server-side render only or single page application only. Now we have a different like mindset that we can use these two techniques together. So we can use server-side rendering and client-side rendering in the same time and make them work together. And this is like important because we can now actually focus on the user. So we can focus on giving the user the best solution ever and the best user experience. And this is like a little bit like not that helpful for developers because we need to manage how to work with client side and server side together. But let's say it's not necessarily helpful for the user because the user just cares about having the application working fine and fast and everything like ready to use since like the beginning. So where Angular came in this like history? So we had Angular, it came up like in 2011, and it was like a single page application, and we always like knew Angular and single page application till like last year when we actually started hearing about Angular with SSR, because SSR became part of Angular, even if it wasn't like there was actually a solution for server-side rendering. It wasn't like maybe that popular, but there was a official solution for server-side rendering also for Angular. So when they presented Angular version 1. So AngularJS in 2014, there was the official ngconf. So in this particular occasion, there was the presentation about Angular and how it was built. And in this occasion, Igor from the Angular team actually came up with this really nice story about Angular developing a server-side solution for AngularJS. So they had a solution for server-side rendering, but they finally abandoned it because he was saying that if they could focus on the client-side rendering and do it in the best way, so there will not be any issues about faster rendering and also performance problems. And this was enough for them to not apply any server-side solution. And then after, in the same conference, Mishko, that was the creator of Angular, when they asked him about server-side rendering, he was like, can you actually imagine in the future someone using server-side rendering again? And he was like, no, it will not happen. It's something from the past. We are not using that anymore. And this is funny because if you talk to Mishko now, he cannot speak of anything about server-side rendering, and he actually built his own front-end framework that has it's all about server-side rendering, hydration, resumability, that is actually quick. So what's happened after this conference, there was a guy that was in the audience, and he was so mad about Angular not having a server-side solution because he needed it for his project he was working with. So he came up with a solution that was, after a while, was called Angular Universal. And this guy is Jeff Wapley, and he started this solution because he needed something for his project. And then he started working with other people, and then actually worked with the Angular team itself, because there was a little bit issues at the beginning. And actually they started in 2016, but the final something that was really without any issues came up in 2018 or 2019. And this was possible just because he started working with the Angular team, and the Angular team provided some function in the Angular core that allows server-side rendering for this package, because it was actually a set of tools and techniques that enables server-side rendering for an Angular application, but it still was a separate package, so something outside Angular. And it was really useful for that, but it was actually missing some stuff that was really important to have into the Angular core. So this was the, let's say, official, because it was official when the Angular team started working with that, but it was someone else's work. And with that, we still had a great solution, but how it works with single page application, we have our browser that just renders everything. So the single page application, that is one HTML for the entire application. And once it's rendered, we just get the data from APIs, and the server that renders the application at the beginning and the server that communicates that we are communicate to for APIs are two different things. With server-side rendering, we have a different approach because we get a different HTML for every route that we are exploring. So every time that we are changing our route, we ask the server a different HTML that's will be rendered. And actually, if we have some data from APIs, we will get it already like injected into our HTML. So we don't have to do multiple requests to the server. We just need one, and we'll get the data and also like the HTML fully like with data. But we still can like do API calls to when we just go through our application. So here we had a great solution, but still there was something missing. And this came up with Angular 16. So last year we had a period when everywhere you could just hear about hydration. So I heard about this hydration. I wasn't into server-side rendering yet. So I heard about hydration, and hydration was everywhere when you like look for Angular and news about Angular 16. It was all about hydration. And it's actually hydration wasn't something that was just for server-side rendering, because I think that hydration is something that it's applicable to anything. For example, if we have like we instantiate a new a class with like some attributes, and we just instantiate a new object with this class, and we don't like fill it with any information. We just have like an empty array. But if we fill this this object with some data, we actually hydrate this object. So hydration is applicable not just for server-side rendering, but we can actually like apply it even in this case. We can hydrate the object, giving the object some data, and we'll get like an object fully hydrated. So hydration is something for server-side rendering that it's in between server-side rendering and client-side rendering. And it's really important because there is a big issues with server-side rendering that when we have like our Angular application and we request the HTML from the server, we'll get this HTML sent to the client, and then Angular just destroys it. So it shows up and Angular rebootstraps and regenerates a new HTML and destroys the HTML from the server. And this is a big problem. And it was a big problem for many years, because you will like for the user, it will shows up an HTML. So the page will like seems ready, but it will just like there will be like a little flickers and it will like disappears. So you will get a blank page, and then the new HTML will like came up again, and then the application is really usable. And with hydration is that we can now like fully reuse the HTML generated by the server. So we don't have like Angular doesn't have to regenerate a new HTML. We'll just like hydrate the HTML generated by the server, giving all the interactions that we can have in our application directly in the old HTML. So after that, we had Angular 17. Angular 17 came with a lot of news. First of all, we had Angular Renaissance with the new logo, new documentation, a lot of like really big news. But the big news about SSR and hydration was that SSR was actually stable for version 17, because like since version 16, server-side rendering, even if it was like official, but it wasn't like ready for production. It was like a developer like edition, so you can like work with that, but only like in developer mode. So with Angular 17, we have SSR stable, and it was actually everything about server-side rendering was moved into the official Angular repository. So server-side rendering was really an integral part of Angular now. And if you want like to start a new application, you can enable server-side rendering from the beginning, adding the flag. But also, if you like forget about it, Angular will ask you if you want to add server-side rendering or not. And this is actually was something that they was planning for like version 18 to came as default, but it didn't happen. But I think that with time we'll get like a really official version, and maybe like all application will be like for default server-side rendered. So, and then we have Angular 18 that just came up 10 days ago. And we have actually some news about server-side rendering. And I wasn't expecting that, because like there was like some news about other like things that the Angular team was working on, like signals and Zone.js. But with Angular 18, we just had some issues that have been solved. For example, internationalization, it was really a big missing feature till like version 17, because there wasn't like official support. So you had like to figure it out yourself. And actually, at the beginning, there was an error coming up when you had like the built-in internationalization. And I found like an issue on GitHub, and Jessica from the Angular team replied to that, because at the beginning there was like an error that have been thrown up when internationalization was detected, but then it disappeared. And that was because they were like automatically checking if there was internationalization, and in that case they skip hydration. So we didn't see that, but the blocks that includes the translations have been like skipped for hydration, so they don't do hydration for that. And that was like they covered the problem, but it wasn't like an actual solution. And she was like saying that they were working on that. And actually in version 18, so in Angular 18, there is support for internationalization, but it's in developer preview for now. And now if your application is using the built-in internationalization, you can actually use SSR. And you can do that just when like you use the provide client hydration. You just need to add with internationalization support, and this will include this new feature. And then another great news about Angular 18 is about having to replay, because in till like version 17, there was a problem about like hydration, because when the HTML is rendered by the server, we don't have the interaction part yet, until like the application is actually hydrated. So in that seconds, that can be like really not important for some application, but in others it will take a little bit of time. So sometimes if you have, in particular for click or double click, sometimes if the user clicks on an element that is not hydrated yet, you will lose that interaction. So your application will seem like it's like not working. But with Angular 18, in developer preview, we have this event replay. So it's possible to record all this interaction that the user is doing while the hydration phase is not completed yet. And the application will automatically replay this interaction when the application is fully like hydrated and ready to use. And I think this is like really cool. It will not like be visible on every like application, because sometimes you don't need that. But in some cases, it's really useful because you will not like lose the user interaction, and your application will not like seem broken at the beginning. And to do that, you just need to add with event replay in your provide client hydration provider. So yeah, when you do that, you will actually add this script. There is actually an event that will capture all like the click and double click events that will happen in your application. And after that, when the application is fully hydrated, it will replicate every click and your application will like be up to date. Exactly. So with Angular 18, we had these two main like news about server-side rendering and hydration, and also they are promising about Angular material that was not supported for server-side rendering, but now we have some feature that they are working with, are still in developer preview, but we are waiting for the next like releases. Maybe we'll get some official and ready to production solution. So that's it for me. I hope it was helpful for you, and that you are actually trying this new feature about Angular 18. If you want to stay connected with me, you can find me like pretty much on the most important social media. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for presentation. So hi, actually. I'm back in the stream. Thank you for taking your time to educate us, for presenting. It was really a great piece of content. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
See you at the Q&A session later.
Yeah, see you later.
And let me invite our next speaker, who is a good friend of our community, Christian Ludemann. He is software consultant and trainer from Denmark. He's blogging weekly, organizes workshops, gives consultants, and he is a great expert in this field. So he will tell us how he migrated his course platform to analog on Spartan stack.
Hey everyone, hope everybody's doing well out there. In this talk, we're going to talk about my migration from Angular to analog and the Spartan stack, how I did that for my course platform, and how you can do the same step by step. So let's dive in. So here's what we're going to cover: the Spartan stack and the different components that go into that, including analog, how I migrated my course platform to analog and the Spartan stack, step by step, how to handle auth, authentication and authorization with the Spartan stack, client hydration with analog, and then I have a special announcement for those who stick all the way to the end. First of all, I am Christian Ludemann. I'm an Angular consultant, speaker, trainer, and blogger from Denmark. I have a blog with over 100 blog posts. I've been blogging for 6 years now on christianludemann.com. And I have a GitHub with many code examples and stuff you might find helpful in regards to Angular development. And I post stuff on Twitter at chrisludemann.com. So on my blog you can find new content every week, either videos from my YouTube or blog posts where I normally write about Angular development. It's a lot of practical and applicable knowledge you can use in your day-to-day work, and you can join more than 50,000 monthly visitors. I have a course as well called Angular Architect Accelerator, where I a couple of times per year open up for a cohort of this 8 weeks online course. I teach you everything you need to know to work as a high-end Angular architect. So if your goal is to get promoted, get a remote job, or become a highly paid freelancer, this is the course for you. With just 1 hour of work per day. In 8 weeks, I have many students who are able to get promoted or get their dream contract or remote job using the approach I line out in this course. So it's everything I wish I knew when I got started. It lays everything out step by step so you can operate as an Angular senior or lead and get the results you want in your career. You can at least sign up for my free warm-up workshop for the next cohort, and you can get like a little taste of if this is something for you. Let's dive right into the talk. So the Spartan stack is an opinionated full stack framework providing end-to-end type safety and server-side rendering and static site generation to Angular developers. So the motivation is to build faster and better apps with the modern technologies, giving you the best type safety, developer experience, efficiency, performance, and it's a deal for startups and utilizes serverless tools. Stack is originally coined by Robin Goetz, and there's a website for it at Spartan.ng. So we're going to cover the different parts of the stack really quick before we dive into step by step how I did my course migration. So you can see it's Supabase, Drizzle, Angular, TRPC, Tailwind CSS, Analog, and NX. So Supabase. Many people might know Firebase. Supabase is an alternative to that, providing a Postgres SQL store. And for me, that was attractive because I prefer to work with a SQL store over NoSQL, especially as projects scale up. I think it's more manageable to have the data in a SQL database and then later introduce the NoSQL as a scaling solution for better performance, but only relying on NoSQL from the get-go, in my experience, requires a lot of synchronization logic for synchronizing different denormalized states in the database. So if you also prefer working with a Postgres database and you want this serverless environment you can work with, which is basically is good for startups, environments where you don't want to handle the infrastructure yourself, then I think Supabase is a really good tool, and it's been very easy to get started. Provides not only the database, also functions, so you can have serverless node hosting, and you can have authentication, so it has tools built in for that, and it's very easy to set up all this stuff. Then Drizzle is a type-safe database ORM. It provides tools such as handling migrations and creating tables based on your TypeScript schema. It used to be Prism that was part of the P in the Spartan stack, but it switched to Drizzle because Drizzle is more cloud-friendly, has features that are more cloud-friendly. So it got decided to change to Drizzle, and personally, I also prefer Drizzle. It's been very easy to work with as a database ORM. Then we have Angular, you probably already know. It's used by Analog, within Analog, which is the meta framework on top of Angular. The latest features of Angular, such as provide client hydration, makes it even more applicable for server-side rendering, and then run within Analog. You have a very good server for server-side rendering, which we'll look into in a bit. And it used to lag behind on these server-side and SSD features compared to other framework full-stack tools such as Next.js and Nuxt. Even Angular Universal has always been kind of like lag behind, and in terms of features, it has been way behind Next.js, but now Analog is, a good contestant for like a full-stack framework that provides server-side rendering and static site generation. Then we have tRPC. It's a type-safe communication between front and backend. In my opinion, it combines the best of GraphQL and REST. Where, from GraphQL, you have queues and mutations, which gives you this flexibility. You don't need to create data transfer objects for everything like in REST. tRPC gives you this full stack type safety between the client and the server. If you change something on the server, you can immediately see the change in the client. Especially, it's good when you have the server and the client all together in the same monorepo, which we have with NX monorepo here, as you get immediate feedback from the type safety between the server and the client. So you don't need any DTOs. You get that inferred from the type safety from the server types with the tRPCs. And then we have Tailwind CSS, which is these CSS util classes for providing styling directly in the markup. It is faster development than traditional schematic CSS. It's a topic that's quite controversial in the development space. Should you use Tailwind CSS or not? In my opinion, I think it's a great tool. And I think it's great that one thing is motivates you to extract two components and reuse using that over the schematic CSS class approach. But in reality, there's some limitations with Tailwind CSS, and probably for my development, I use Tailwind CSS for like 80 or 90% of the styling, and then sometimes if you need like advanced styling, for example animation, then I would write CSS. So it's not like that it completely removes the need for any CSS, but I would say like in 80 or 90% of the times you can just do it here. And it also provides design tokens, color schema, spacing schema, so you get all of that stuff in a nice schema. So you have all these building blocks, including responsive breakpoints. You can, for example, apply stacking when it under a certain screen size, all very easy, and CSS grids and flexbox you can apply very easy with Tailwind CSS. Then we have Analog JS, which is the full stack Angular meta framework that provides the server-side rendering and SSD support, has file-based routing and API routes, as we, for example, know from Nuxt.js, Next.js. It's Vite powered, so it's quite fast to serve it, and it has building as well for vtest for testing. Yeah, and that's what we'll dive more into with the cross-platform migration. We have NX, which is a build tool, has many executors for different common frameworks such as Angular, React, Next, Cypress, for example. First-class support for monorepos, has ESLint rules for enforcing module boundaries, and has these affected commands. So you can, for example, run build, test, and lint on only the affected projects within your monorepo. So it scales up quite nicely, and even has caching and build optimization utilities. So you get fast CI builds. So let's go through how I migrated my cross-platform to the Spartan stack. So first we look at the NX architecture of my cross-platform and how I set up Analog within that. How I set up the Supabase authentication to work with tRPC and the Supabase database and Drizzle. And the tRPC setup and Drizzle setup in general. So the architecture of the cross-platform looks like this. This is an NX monorepo. It's a cross-platform, so SEO was not really a concern, but still I figured that server-side rendering with Analog could still be beneficial in terms of performance. So I went to do the migration. But basically we have the existing course client, we have a course service, and that we just want to run as an analog app. So we have some stuff we can reuse already. We had the components from the course client we could basically reuse. We just had to make it work in a way that was compatible with analog and the other tools in the Spartan stack. We also see we have structure here with a lot of shared libraries. We followed the NX layered approach. So there's, for example, feature libraries, which can only depend on domain libraries, which then can depend on shared libraries. So we have this one-way directional flow, which is all enforced by ESLint rules. If you are familiar with the NX module boundary rules, but that's for, I done a bunch of blog posts regarding that. So if you're interested in that, you can check some blog posts about that. But yeah, that's a general setup. So from there to get it to the Spartan stack and with analog, since we already had an NX monorepo, that's an NX generator we can use for adding an analog app, which is npx nx generate analog at analog.js/platform app, and then analog-app, and then we get an app that looks like this. So you will see that you have some different files here. You have a certain structure. So you have the read.config.ts, which basically set up analog from there. As analog is a Nitro plugin. Nitro is the underlying engine that's also used in Nuxt.js, and analog is a plugin on top of that, and Nitro is a Vite plugin. So that's how it all ties together. We have Nitro, we have the Vite plugin Nitro, we have Vite, we have the Vite, we have the Nitro plugin, and then we have analog, which is plugging into Nitro. So there's many tools that built on top of each other, which is great. So we can build upon the success of other frameworks such as Nuxt.js. We have the pages structure, which is an opinionated structure that creates routes based on a naming convention, which I'll cover in a bit. And then we have the server API routes, where also there's a convention that creates routes, so you can do like API / and then some API endpoint, which here we will use TRPC. So yeah, that's a basic setup of the analog app. So regarding the pages of the analog app, there are some different kinds of pages we're using in this app. First of all, there are the dynamic pages, which are the pages with the square brackets. What is within the square brackets? That is the dynamic route param that the page takes in. And then from the activated route params within that page, we can access that param provided in the square brackets. So we see that, for example, with the selected lesson ID, we see it for the course ID and course ID dot selected lesson page ID, where we can access these params. Then we have the parenthesis routes, which are index routes. For example, for login /index page. So index routes, that means that we're gonna ignore the page name here and just take whatever folder is in. So if that is under pages, for example, we see with home, that becomes our /page, our root home page. If it's within login, the login folder, then that index page become /login, basically. So it just ignores the page name. If we didn't have the parentheses here, it would be like login /login, for example, here. So it will take whatever name there is before the .page and use that as the route name when you access the page in the URL. And then you can do a layout pattern where if you have a file like courses.courseid.selected section ID, which has a corresponding folder with some page within, then you can do a layout pattern where this courses.courseid.selected section ID page that contains like the menus and within that a router outlet. And then it can, through the router outlet, render this selected lesson ID or the action items page within that. So yeah, that's a pattern we use here for setting up our section plus selected lesson ID page, which looks like this. And you can see how the layout corresponds to the menu and the sidebar here. And then there's a router outlet here, and then the select lesson ID within that folder that corresponds to that layout route file's name. And yeah, then that will render written here. So we have a selected lesson, and you can change the lesson in this sidebar, and then we update the URL and it will load another lesson here. So for getting the analog pages, we basically just reuse what we already had in the Angular SPA. So that was actually pretty easy. It's just the things around it to make it work with analog, and especially making it work with server-side rendering that took some work to set up. So they have this, so basically the page, we just re-exporting the courses component, for example, for the course page, and then we can set up route meta, where we can add some extra routing configuration for this page. So we could, for example, set a title, which is useful for example, for SEO, as we see the title in the top tab of the page. And we can set up guards and resolvers. For example, we set up a guard here with the can activate, and then there's a guard function for the off guard, which we'll cover in a bit. So yeah, setting up the authentication with Supabase auth. We look at how to set up the clients, set up the guards, and make it work with TRPC. How to send the access token as header with the TRPC requests, and all this stuff we need to make it work on every part of the Spartan stack. So to create the off client, there's an offline provided by Supabase we're using basically. So the basic setup for this is there's an off URL, and there are some off headers like authorization and API key, which we will just get from the if you add if you add a .env file, then you can have these keys that get replaced at build time. So we can access these, the Supabase key and this different stuff we need for the authorization and such. The client here. And we want to use this client be able to inject this client, and we want to create an abstraction around it, so we can control better how it's used. So what I did here is I'm setting the client creating an auth service, and I'm set the auth client within that. So then we can just inject the auth service, and that's encapsulating the auth client. And then we it's good to encapsulate third-party libraries, so we have a nice facade around it, and we control how it's used around the app. There's this method for the callback called handle client of state changes, which we set up in app component.ts, which handles when we log in and when we log out, and what we should do in terms of different auth events. So when we sign in, to make this work on the server side, we use a tool here called SSR cookie or cookie service, which also provide some utilities for accessing cookies on the server side. So we can get the cookies from the request when the client is making a request to the server. We're accessing those cookies, and here we need, for example, to set the access token and the refresh token when we are signed in. So the server has those handy, and then we can do stuff with it, like authenticate the user, get the user data, and such. So yeah, that's important to set up, and we do that by setting this method in the app component TS, which has this callback. And then to create the auth client, in the service there's other methods we fill out. There's the sign up, which is just calling the sign up for the Supabase client, so there's nothing fancy going on there. This the sign in with passwords, sign out. Get user, that is interesting because that is the one you call to authenticate and to do server-side authorization of the user, because this method here will do a request to the auth server, making sure we actually are authenticated. And so that is one you should use for when you need to, for example, check a user role for authorization. You cannot rely on the local state for this. Then the get session, that is the one you would use in the browser, because that is more cheap than the get user, because that doesn't require a network request. That just get the session for the local storage if that is available. So that's one we use for getting when you see the auth guard. This is the browser version. And then for authenticating the user on the server side rendering, we set the session, which is what we do on the server side. We need to set session, which sets the session based on this SSR cookie data, which we get from when the server has done this. When we signed in, we get these cookies. And then, based on this, we can set the session, and then we can authenticate using getting the user with the get user method. So that's the one we use. And we can, for example, see how we create a login page here, and basically we just call the sign in methods on our service, and we sign in. Pretty simple with the email, password, done deal. So setting up authentication with Supabase auth. The next step is the auth guard. We create the auth guard like this. Auth guard checking if you're authorized to access page, and redirect if not. So we have some different logic for browser and for the server, because it's a little different game and you need to handle it in a different way. And so for the browser security is not, we don't need to do the extra request you do when you do the get user method from the auth client. So here we just do get session, which we get the local session from local storage, and we check if we have a session, and then we otherwise if not, we navigate to login. And then on the server side, when we are requesting a page, and this is then it will go here and run on the server side, then we call this authenticate user, the method we saw here. That does the set user session. So it sets user session based on the cookie information on the server side, and then we get user, which is this is how you do authorization on the server, because that does an extra request to the auth server to make sure that you actually are authenticated, so you can authorize correctly. So yeah, that is the auth guard we're going to use for the protected pages. So then the last step is we need to set these set access token as headers with the TRPC request, and set up the authorization on the TRPC server as well. So first, set up the TRPC server. We set up the API handlers in server/routes/TRPC, and then the square brackets TRPC.ts, which is our API in the analog app. So the square brackets, that's a dynamic route. That means whatever we pass in, we can access that within this TRPC Nitro handler, which is something you get from analog.js/TRPC. So in TRPC, there's something called a context, where you can set a method that runs every time and route is requested in TRPC. And this is here we're gonna verify and decode the JWT token, and then get the user information and set that in the context. So we get within this method we get the verify and decode the JWT token using auth client.getUser, and then we provide the token here, which we get from the headers. So the headers, we get the protected procedure that checks the user from the context. We use it in the TRPC routes. So we create this protected procedure, which is using this user from the context where we set the user here. And then we can use it like this. For example, in the course router, we create these routers in TRPC, and we can use it here as a protected procedure. And then we need to set up the TRPC client. We need to make sure that it's sending the right header. First of all, we set up the TRPC client using the analog.js/TRPC, which has a client that also supports hydration, which we'll talk about in a bit, for better performance. So we can get the state from the server, and we don't need to do redundant requests to get the same data again when we run on the client. And in the app component.ts, we set when we do the handle of state changes. If we have a session, we make sure to set that in as a TRPC headers, as the access token. So that's how the access tokens are sent to on each TRPC request. And then we have authorization set up on the TRPC server, so everything's working now. Then we have Drizzle, which is the database OM. To set that up, we create the database schema, generate Superbase database table using Drizzle kit, and we set up some queries and updates. So for the actual setup, we use the Drizzle client, and basically we just set the database URL, which we set up in the DMV file that is available then when we run the server, and that's a safe way to set the database URL, which you will get from within your Superbase dashboard. And the schema, well, it looks like this. It's a bit much when you look at this. Like this here, we have, for example, courses, where we set the primary key as text because we want to set a specific course ID here. And the other ones we just use UUID, primary key, and then we make sure like a random UUID is generated. And the reason why I use UUID here and not a sequence number is because in many places I do optimistic updates, and I want to have the ID of the entity available before it's created. So that's necessary for optimistic updates. Yeah. And references is with the reference and funky references, like you see here. And there's this relations here where, for example, we can set relations for sessions. So lessons has many lessons, has many action items, and that is giving us autocomplete later on accessing lessons, having sections populated with lessons this way. And then generate Superbase DB tables using Drizzle kit. So we have this Drizzle kit which gives us these tools for migrations and updating the database. So when you just initially start out and you do like rapid development, you can use Drizzle kit push, which will not create any migration files, but just push whatever changes you have of your schema to your Postgres database within Superbase. If you were to do migrations, you would do Drizzle kit generate will generate the SQL for the migrations, and then you can do Drizzle kit migrate, which will then run the migrations on the database. You can do Drizzle kit drop to roll down to roll back a migration, and have it removed from the remote database. And you can do Drizzle kit introspect, which will pull from the remote database and generate local schema files based on that. So that is setting up Drizzle, and running using Drizzle is pretty straightforward. You get autocomplete, full type safety, so you can do like db_curate.courses, for example. So it knows we have an entity called courses. And for updates, we can do something like insert db.insert and then the schema courses, or you can do delete, same style, schema.courses, or update. Basically here you just have to do like a where query and find the course ID, and then you can set the updated data you want here. So regarding hydration, to get the best performance of our SSR, we need to set up hydration. Basically, hydration means that you resume the client in the state the server was in, so you can skip extra initial work on the client. So no redundant requests or rerunning NGX reducers or any init logic. You can skip all that and just get the state from where the server left off. So SSP hydration, Angular has provide client hydration. With the analog.js/trpc package, we have also using the transfer state API to transfer state from server to client. So you use those as the default to get the state from the requests. So you don't do redundant requests on the client. That's the basic stuff. And then, for example, for NGX, there's a tool called, there's a library called NGX Universal Rehydrate from JBell, which serializes and transfers the NGX store state down to the client, and then the client has a meta reducer basically to init the state from the server state. So yeah, I also use that. If you don't do that, you will not get the performance you expect out of analog, because there's a lot of extra reducer work going on. So there's some caveats I would also mention with analog. Sometimes, so as default, Vite doesn't transpile external dependencies, and that's also why Vite is fast, because it can like externalize this and don't do any transpilation with it, don't add it to the server bundle, but that require the libraries to be available in ECMAScript module format. And some dependencies, they're not available in that format, or they are misconfigured in that format, so they need to be transpiled by Vite to work. So in those cases, you need to add those libraries to ssr.noexternal in your Vite config, like you see here. And then these will be transpiled by Vite and added to the server bundle, which will make it a little bit bigger, but at least it will make it work when these libraries are not ESM compatible in an ESM format. So that is something I had to do for a few of these libraries here. And then showtime, I'll show you some more of the course platform. Basically, you see the structure here, where this is my existing apps, which I wanted to migrate. They are here, the apps. This is the analog app. So I've been working on here. Within those, you see, for example, how they just reference the apps from the libraries here. Within the domain, we have, for example, the TRPC client. We have the library for the TRPC server with the TRPC and Drizzle set up. So that's how all of this is set up. Like really quickly. And performance. So we went from 86 to 98 in Lighthouse with analog. Especially we saw a faster latest contentful paint due to the server-side rendering and hydration. So this works, and it will make your app faster. So wrapping up, we saw the Spartan stack, we saw different components go into it, we saw how I migrated my course platform to analog, especially also how to handle off with the Spartan stack, client hydration with analog, and then the special announcement I wanted to cover, which I'll do in a bit. Slides and code example will be shared on my Twitter, Chris Luderman, and my website, christianluderman.com. And the special announcement is in collaboration with the true Spartan founder, Robin Goetz. We are launching a course together called the Spartan Bootcamp. You can check it out here at spartan-bootcamp.com. First cohort starts 17th of June, and it's a two-hour live training per day for Monday to Friday for a week, and where we will go all the way from designing a SaaS product with a course platform with the Spartan stack, and all the way to how you run it in production. So if you're interested in that, you can go to the Spartan Bootcamp and sign up here. Soon we will have sign up for the course. There's only 10 spots for the first cohort. And yeah, it takes you all the way from design to running the Spartan stack in production. So thank you for watching. And if you have questions, ask questions later for the question round.
Thank you, Christian, for the presentation. It was amazing. And let's start the Q&A session. Christian and Sumaya joined us live. Hi, Sumaya. And yeah,
Hi.
so. Hi.
Hello.
Glad to see you all. So let's start. We have some questions. First one is for Sumaya. How does Angular's implementation for SSR differ from other front-end frameworks like React or Vue?
So actually, I don't like to compare frameworks. Particularly, like I think that Angular it's really different from other frameworks. So compared it, I don't think it's really like correct to do it. But actually, like SSR in Angular was a little bit different since the beginning because it was built in a different way. And actually it came like step by step. It was like really long to arrive to the solution that we have now. And still we need a lot of progress. Yes. What is different? I think that for Angular, we are still a little bit like in early stage, even if we have it like for years, but it had a different path. So maybe now we have like less performant hydration for Angular. But I'm expecting with the new solutions, maybe next version to arrive to that performance that we can have maybe with Next.js.
Great.
And also just a side note in relation to my presentation, with Analog, it's based on the same engine as Next.js is using. So we're going to have something that, underlying is the same engine, literally for server-side rendering and static site generation. So we will have it more like we see in the other frameworks, Next.js, Next. And we're seeing more and more adaptation of Analog. So I believe it can be like the new standard for server-side rendering used with Angular if the community and the project keeps growing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for adding. Next question is actually for Christian. What were some of your biggest challenges during the migration, and what improvements did you notice after migration to Analog?
Yeah, so challenges, there was some in terms of running with Read and running it in a server-side render environment. Those are definitely the biggest differences because I already had all the components from the existing Angular SPA. And when I started running this in a server-side rendered environment, then there's problems with, for example, components that have DOM dependencies, so it doesn't work in a server-side environment. You saw the whole authentication thing that you needed to handle authentication differently on the server side. Like you need to get the session from the cookies and then re-authenticate on the server. So there are all these like server side and server specific things that made it different, which is the hardest part. And then there's the caveats I told about how with Read, some of the third-party libraries, they were not compatible in the ESM format, which Read requires for normally externalizing those dependencies and just use them without transpilation. So those had to be transpiled as well. But luckily, the Analog community and the Discord Analog, there are some really great guys in there that were available, to help me out when I had problems with that. So there's a really good community there, and we managed to overcome these hurdles on the way. And improvements, you saw the performance improvements, especially in terms of latest contentful paint. It's way faster, especially once we also got the hydration techniques implemented from the with the provide client hydration, and especially also with the if you use NTRX, it's important to also resume that state and don't do redundant reducers and all the init logics. Basically, you want to skip and just resume from where the server left off. That's how you get the best performance. And yeah, if this was like a blog or a public website and I could use it for SEO as well, that would be an even bigger difference. But it's not really that important here because it's all authenticated pages in my course platform, so I don't need it to be server-side rendered for any SEO benefits. But that would be definitely a must for many sites if that's been like one of the shortcomings for Angular historically, that it didn't perform well on server-side rendering, so it wasn't used for these public websites. But now with Analog, it makes more sense to use it for public websites as an alternative to, for example, Next and Nuxt.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Now we have a full picture. And next question for Sumaya. How do you handle scenarios where certain components or services are not SSR compatible in Angular applications?
So actually, you can manage this solution. So you can actually decide if you want a component to be rendered with SSR or to skip. It's called like skip iteration, and you skip iteration, and you can actually decide. So if you know that a particular component may have some issues, you can actually do it. Me personally, I detect like some route. So if a route contains some parts of my code that is like issuey, maybe if I have like some Angular material components inside, I decide to skip iteration in that case. So it will like be rendered in the traditional way, let's say. And also like also in my talk I spoke about internationalization, and till like version 17 the Angular team actually under the hood was skipping hydration for all the blocks that was like including internationalization. So I think it's like common to actually skip this technique for some part of the code, because we still don't have 100% coverage for like everything.
Nice answer. Thank you. And also, I have a question for Alan, but I wanted to ask you if you are comfortable with the question or have an answer. Feel free to share your thoughts. I will just show it. What debugging and monitoring tools do you recommend for maintaining SSR in production Angular applications? Maybe Christian or Sumaya, you have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I would do it the same way as if we do it for normal Angular apps. I like to use services like Sentry or LogRocket or whatever your logging solution of choice is. It's basically the same. You would log whenever an error occurs. You would hook it into your global error handler, and then even if it doesn't matter if it runs on the server side or runs in the app, it will be handled by the global error handler you set up. Maybe you use one of these like off-the-shelf solutions like Sentry, or you have your own, maybe Elk Stack, Elasticsearch log, whatever you log. You catch all the errors from the Angular app and you log them there.
Thank you. Do you have something to add, Samaya?
No, it's good. I think that still I had some issues with some tools, because sometimes you cannot like actually trigger the right errors that you are getting. But still, I think it's like because we are like a little bit like early stage, so sometimes it's not like everything covered, or like it's like pretty new. We are like trying some pretty new features from Angular. Maybe that's why.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. And that's it. We don't have any more questions. And I'm so thankful that you joined us today live for the Q&A session, took your time to prepare your wonderful presentations and share with the community. It's really, really greatly appreciated. Thank you, Christian and Sumaya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And then now we will have a 15-minute break, and we will be back in the stream with a third block at 10 past 5 p.m. UTC. All right, and we are ready to start the final block of junior track of Angular Global Summit 24. I am so thankful for our audience for staying with us for the whole live stream. And please, I encourage you to be active in the chat, write your questions, as our speakers will be present with us live during the presentations and also during the Q&A session. So don't miss your chance to ask the question from expert you would like to know opinion from. So let me invite to the stage an old friend of our community, Stefan Fluin, who is head of developer relations from Acceler. He will teach us how to connect your Angular app to the blockchain, and he's live with us today. Hi, Stefan.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. I'm so glad to see you here. And yeah, I won't take much of your time. Let me add these slides, and we are ready to go.
Sounds great. Well, to really kick things off, I want to start with a bit of a story. So you need to picture little Stephen Fluin in college in French class. And we're talking about all the normal things that we talk about in a French class, like technology. And we hear about this new website that came out. And back then it looked a little bit like this. And the website was Facebook. And I didn't know it at the time, but Facebook would really come over the next decades to transform the way that human beings connect at a very, very fundamental level. Like if you fast forward to 2024, the way that human beings spend our time and our energy and the way that we get news and information about friends, family, all of this has completely transformed from what we had before social media. Some of this is good, some of this is bad, but for better or worse, this is a change that is in many ways irrevocable. You cannot go back to the way things used to be. Some of the statistics on this are crazy, right? The average social media post now gets around 1.7 seconds in front of your eyes before a user just decides, do I like this? Do I not like this? Do I like it? Do I comment? Do I engage? Or do I move on? The statistics on TikTok are even crazier, where if you look at the overall metrics that they've got something like 1 billion monthly active users, right? That's 1/8 of the planet is using TikTok every month. And their average usage time per day is around 49 minutes. And so if you just look at the amount of time and energy that humanity is putting into social media consumption as part of their lives, humanity looks completely different than it used to. And so part of what I've done in my career is I've always looked for these places where the world is changing and trying to understand how can I not only understand these changes, but how can I influence the way that these changes impact humanity for the better. And so you can think about social media as having created this world that's really connected by digital content. I think this is a transformation that is going to continue evolving far into the future. But I want to put on everyone's radar this concept that blockchain is a similar transformation in the way that human beings connect to each other, because in some ways, blockchain creates this shared digital truth. And I'm going to get into a little bit about what that means. And we'll definitely be going into a bunch of Angular examples here as well. But I want to make sure we're all on the same page. And so one of the stories I like to tell is if you live in the US or you spend any time in the US, they had a McDonald's promotion where it was called the Monopoly game. And so you would go in, you would buy French fries, you'd buy a burger, chicken McNuggets, a drink, whatever. And on these packages that you'd get, they would have little Monopoly pieces. And so it was like a little lottery where you would randomly pick pieces off. And then if you got Park Place and Boardwalk, or the two most expensive properties, then you'd win a car or a house or things like this. And so in building a system like that, there's a relationship between you as a consumer and the system that you are interacting with. There's an implicit trust that you assume that everything that's going on in that system is for your benefit and working exactly as you intend and as you anticipate. But if we look at what actually happened in that case, from 1989 to 2001, so over a decade, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high value gain. So the people that were running the system were scamming and defrauding everyone, and no one knew about it for decades. And this is a big problem because when you look at the internet as it continues to evolve, as it continues to grow, as we look at these anonymous relationships that we build up, we don't always have the same shared truth, right? My understanding of what the system is doing with my data, my information, might not be what I actually expect. It might not be what I want. And this is a big problem for us as software engineers, and for a big problem for us as humanity, because we want a world that works like we think it works, right? Like when you put money in your bank account, you expect that money to be there. But in reality, that's not actually how it works. When you put your money in your bank account, the bank then takes that money and does something else with it. And then it's only through a series of complicated checks and balances and government protections that the system works most of the time. But there is a new way that this is happening, and it's all built on this concept of blockchain technology. So you can think of blockchain obviously as a place you can buy and sell and trade. There's all these coins, there's all these currencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum and things like this. But what's ended up happening is simultaneous, in addition to the financial aspect of all these pieces, blockchain has become this really large shared computing environment where I can write a program that, instead of running on my local machine or even on servers that I control, is being run on a consensus-driven network. So you can build applications that don't belong to an individual person or team. They can become either public goods or fully transparent autonomous systems that then anyone can interact with without having any implicit trust assumptions. You can see exactly what it does, and there's no ability for anyone to change or modify that. And so for many people, blockchain is a really exciting space for software engineering because we can build new types of applications that we never could before. And a lot of people get a little bit confused by this. And so this is my friend, he's called an Axolotl. This is a NFT, and NFTs have a really, really negative perception because of their association with scams and pump and dump schemes and these sorts of things. But at the end of the day, if you look at it from an engineer or a developer perspective, an NFT is really just a program that is running in this decentralized compute environment. And so under the hood, that Axolotl, that NFT, it's implementing a standard. It has a bunch of methods. So you've got a function that says, hey, who is the owner of this NFT? You've got a function that says transfer this NFT from one person to another. Then you've got what is the URL that represents the image attached to this program. And the magic of an NFT, whether it represents a JPEG or whether it represents a mortgage or a loan, is that no individual party is in charge of that. It is being run in this shared execution environment, and all of the parties necessarily and by definition agree on the truth of who owns that and what is happening to it in this big public ledger. And so there's a number of things that you can build when you start thinking about, hey, how do we create a shared autonomous computing environment that then both gives users more control, privacy, autonomy, but then also eliminates this idea that the person on the other end of the system can just change their mind and kind of pull the rug out from under me is a big deal. And so when I look at societal transformations, everything from social media that I talked about in the beginning, to even just like this idea that everything's going digital, that we were kind of nearing the end of because everything has gone digital, so much excitement around AI, so much excitement around blockchain, all of these in my mind come from the amount that it's going to change our day-to-day lives over the next few years. And so if you look at the increasing impact of AI, if you look at the increasing impact of blockchain, this is going to continue. So let's start talking a little bit about the structure of how would you think about building an application that is taking advantage of the blockchain in some way. And I will put out a warning and a disclaimer for everyone here. I'm only going to focus on the Angular piece, the front end to this universe. There's lots and lots of video tutorials and things like that talking about how do you build the smart contract piece, or the piece that actually runs on the blockchain. But in addition to that piece that runs in that decentralized compute environment, we still need user experiences. We still need to give users an interface to explain and show what's going on in the blockchain, as well as to allow them to interact with that. So that's the piece I'm focusing on, is that interaction component. So within the blockchain, right, this is just a node that is running across thousands of computers. And so they're all running the same compute and they all get the same answer and they're all agreeing constantly. But unfortunately, there is no direct interface as part of the blockchain. And so what happens is you have these what are called RPC providers. And so someone will run a node of a blockchain that will be following along every transaction. It'll be monitoring the state. It'll be looking at all the computations, executing them alongside and presenting the results. And then we can access that via API, via one of these RPC endpoints. There's lots of publicly available ones, both from the chains themselves, as well as from providers like Alchemy. And you could think about the world in a very simplistic way, and you could just use those RPC providers as a simplified HTTP endpoint via HTTP client. And that could be the end of the world, or the end of the story, right? You just treat it like an API, treat it like a backend database and fetch data and display that to the users. But I think that we can go one level deeper with blockchain that's going to give users a much better experience and take advantage of all this kind of potential and allow users not only to consume information from these API endpoints, but also to participate in creating that shared truth and participate in engaging in this dynamic ecosystem. So there are lots and lots of blockchains out there. I think the number is exceeding 1,000 now. And this is a big problem for developers. I often talk about the paradox of choice, where you'd think having lots of choices in an ecosystem would be a good thing. But what ends up happening is newcomers to the space don't really know what to do. And so this ends up being like, hey, like, where do I connect? Where do I deploy my applications? What blockchains, what applications are even out there? This becomes a really, really bad information asymmetry where you don't know what to do when you're getting started. And there's all of this noise. And so that's actually part of the reason that I am at Interop Labs working on the Axelar network, is because we see a world where we can connect all of these blockchains. So I'm not going to talk too much about Axelar, but one of the ideas is if we create kind of standards for connecting all these blockchains and for interacting with these blockchains, then you as a developer are more empowered to focus on your value creation and your interaction patterns rather than the blockchain technology themselves. So you're going to see lots of abstraction patterns here as we continue along. So one of the good things that exists is what's called the Ethereum Provider JavaScript API. And so this is a standard that exists as part of interacting with the Ethereum ecosystem. And now there's other ecosystems that have similar standards. And what this does is it takes the APIs that exist for interacting with the blockchain outside of the pure RPC world and connects it in a JavaScript client-side context. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means. But you as a developer that's trying to interact or create an interaction pattern that interacts with the blockchain in some way, you have a bunch of different decisions you need to make. You need to decide, okay, do I want an HTTP? Do I want a WebSocket connection? Which RPC endpoint am I going to use? Is there some way that I could let my users actually decide which RPC endpoint? Because there's in some ways an implicit trust with an RPC endpoint where the blockchain is always going to be truthful, and you could always run your own blockchain to get access to that truth. But at the same time, we want simple APIs so we can build simple web applications. Similarly, like what sort of client? Like, do I want to just interact directly via just HTTP? Do I want to use the HTTP client library from Angular? Do I want to use some other wrapper around it to make it easier? And the magic of having a standard at the JavaScript layer is that we can now hook into that additional layer. And so this is where I would say that this concept of wallets adds magic. If you've never interacted with a blockchain wallet, it's built into browsers like Brave. There's very popular ones like MetaMask and Kepler. And what a wallet does is it basically gives you access to the private public key cryptography directly as a browser extension. And that sounds a little bit scary at first, but it's kind of been proven to be pretty secure in a bunch of different ways. But effectively what you're doing is you are getting a browser extension that gives you access to a private and public key that allows you to sign messages and then use those keys to put things onto the blockchain that only you have access to, right? It's giving you the keys to the kingdom for interacting with any sort of decentralized application or dApp. And this looks a little bit similar to something that existed a long, long time ago. So if you look way back in the history of the web, there was this thing called web intents, which I was a really, really big fan of. This spec actually came from Paul Kinlan, and it was in Chrome from versions 18 to 23. The idea behind web intents was that we want to separate the things you want to do on the web from the ways that you do it. And so you can imagine an intent as being really anything, but I'll give a couple examples. Imagine, for example, a image processor. So let's say you wanted to edit an image, right? We've all been to websites where we're selecting an avatar in the corner in the profile page. And then some of them have, okay, we'll let you recrop it. Some will let you zoom. They all have different features. They all have different capabilities. A web intent, if this was implemented successfully, would have allowed you to separate the implementation of that editor from the website that actually is using it. So the website would just simply declare, I want to allow the user to edit this photo. And then the user could bring any editing software that they wanted, and these things would be coupled via a standardized intent API. And while this standard kind of failed in many ways, it's been successful completely in the mobile space. And it's actually been successful within the blockchain development ecosystem, where these wallets are actually doing that. Another example of this would be, imagine a universal share button, because on most websites you have share on like Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. And every developer, if you've ever built one of those, you have to build every one of those manually. You have to go look up the spec of how do I share, what's the URL format to share to X, what's the URL format to share to Instagram, all these sorts of things. But it would be better for us as developers if we just implemented a share button on our website, and then the user's browser decided, hey, my user has Instagram, LinkedIn, Mastodon, and then allowed me to share via those platforms. Right? This would be a better ecosystem. And as I was saying, the crypto blockchain development ecosystem actually has this, where instead of your Angular application interacting directly with the blockchain, or even directly with an RPC, your Angular application can interact with the wallet, and then the user can bring whatever wallet they want. Right. So this is this idea of the application just needs to know what you want to do as a user, and then there's an implementation of that capability at the browser level. So, for example, I've got Kepler Vision logo here. You could do this with MetaMask. Basically, you can build an application. You can say, hey, I want to transfer $2 Steven from me to you. And then the wallet actually figures out what RPC endpoints do I want to use? How do I want to configure that? How do I want to secure that? What parameters do I want for the transaction to make it faster, cheaper, all those sorts of things? And so the nice thing for us as developers that are trying to build these sorts of applications, we don't have to worry about that. The user brings their own capabilities, and we don't have to implement that. Like, you absolutely could go the old way and connect directly with an RPC endpoint that you provide and manage and operate and maintain. But this better way actually makes it in the hands of your users. Which just as a paradigm shift is much, much better. I would love to see a world where web intents return to the rest of the web, so that photo editing, sharing, commenting, all these things can be done in the user's platform, rather than us having to build that sort of functionality into every single web application that exists out there. And so effectively what's happening is the browser wallet's giving the user control of their data, right? Like, you never get access to the private keys of the data that is held by the user. You just say, hey, you clicked the button that says send the money. I'm going to create a transaction that looks like send the money. Your browser extension is going to sign it in a way that my web application can't intercept or modify. And then that goes onto the blockchain via the RPC endpoints that the user selected in their extension. It gives them control of their experience, right? There's many different security patterns, all the way from this idea of the browser extension actually holding the private keys, out to the browser interacting with something like a hardware wallet, where, hey, maybe I don't actually even trust my computer. I want a hardware wallet. I have to actually physically press something on a device to keep assets, to keep information, to keep those private keys secure. All of that is in the hands of the user, and you as a developer don't have to worry about it at all. Obviously, it gives the users privacy, because you don't have to go and implement those RPC endpoints and then log them and maintain them and manage them. So the user is actually control of like where that data goes. A modern web application built on blockchain, or so-called Web3 application, doesn't even need to interact with your server. You don't even need a backend at all, right? You could build everything on top of the user's RPC endpoints and the user's wallet, and then have a completely stateless offline application for the rest of your experience. And then this idea of a browser wallet, again, it's really just wrapping this idea of a public-private key encryption, which we should have been doing for decades, in a way that is palatable to users, right? Like, we talk about email being encrypted now, right? Like, Gmail made a big deal a few years ago of like, hey, emails are now encrypted end-to-end, but they're still being encrypted at the server, right? Where Google still has access to all of your emails. One of the funniest privacy stories that I've seen is that Apple a few years ago made a really big deal of creating login with Apple. And they said, hey, we're going to be more secure. We're never going to give your email address to anyone else. And everyone thought, oh, that's really good privacy, because you're protecting me from all these different applications. But if you look at the implementation under the hood, Apple is now actually creating an email address for you, giving that to the provider. And then whenever a provider sends an email, Apple actually has access to that email. And so there's this kind of like man in the middle attack. So you're protecting yourself from all these third parties, but then you're exposing every interaction that you have via login with Apple to Apple. And so users don't always understand the idea of the privacy trade-offs that they're giving up. Like we saw also these like lawsuits and things around incognito mode, where you were in incognito mode, your browser wasn't storing anything locally, but all of the data was still being intercepted and accessible at the server level. Whereas when you look at the browser wallet world, you are actually in control, because you have these public and private keys. Now, this obviously comes with the downside of if a user loses their private key, they reformat their computer, they don't have good backups, things like that. They actually lose access to their data, their finances, their funds. And so there's a trade-off here between, do you actually want control where you're in charge of the things that you're doing, or do you want the protection of someone else being in charge? And kind of both of those are options that exist. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the framework. So just like we have Angular for building these fantastic experiences, there are frameworks that make this easier for developers. So even though we have this really nice abstraction layer where the wallet is doing most of the work of interacting with the blockchain, obviously we can always make things simpler. And so there's a layer between your application and the browser that just wraps things and makes things simpler, exposes things in TypeScript, etc. And so there are these couple blockchain frameworks that I'll mention. So one is Web3.js. And the other is Ethers. They both have the same sorts of capabilities. They've both been around a long time. At this point, I would just recommend you take a look at the API service and see which doc set you like better, because they're both capable of doing the exact same things. I would say Web3.js was used to be more popular, and then Ethers became more popular, and then Web3.js released a new, like, refined TypeScript version that no one adopted, or not very many people adopted. So once you have one of these frameworks, now let's talk about how we can actually implement this in our application to be useful to our users. So we're in an Angular context, so all the code samples you're going to see are focused on that Angular ecosystem. The first trick that you're going to do is, because we have this API layer that exists halfway between the blockchain and your application of the terms of the wallet, we're actually, what happens is the browser extension will hang an object onto window. It'll say like window.ethereum. And this then serves as the API for you to interact with that wallet. So like whichever wallet you're interacting with, they're all going to be implementing the same API. They're all going to be implementing window.ethereum. And so you can kind of just rely on the browser extension to give you all those APIs. You can check and see, hey, if this object exists, then they have a browser extension. If they don't have that object, then the browser extension doesn't exist. But in TypeScript, this is a big pain to hang things on the window object, because by default, TypeScript really doesn't like that, right? By default, the window has a typing and it has known properties. And so the trick here is, using TypeScript, you can declare global, and then you can actually call it the interface window. And then you can add additional types here. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, there's going to be an Ethereum object here that is hung on the window object. So I can do window.ethereum. And then we actually have full typing information for that object, which is really, really nice. You'll also see this pattern being used, for example, when I hang G-tag or Google Analytics tags onto my window object, or any time I'm building a Angular application that has to interact with third-party objects on the window. You can always get correct typing by doing this sort of trick. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so now next step we're going here is I want to imagine a world where, instead of just signing with Google, signing with Apple, I'm offering another option where the user is actually going to be completely in control of what they're doing. And so this is just a really simplified code example where effectively all you have to do is create a sign-in button, and then we can check and see if the user signed in or not. We can render that state out to the user, and then I can access this. So in this case, I'm using that Ethers library that I mentioned before. I'm saying, hey, go get the provider from the browser extension. Again, you could supply the credentials to access the blockchain as well, but we can just rely on the user for that as well. And then I'm going to ask what accounts are connected. This then triggers a user permission experience. Obviously, not every website you visit has access to even which accounts exist on your computer. That is always a user choice. The user is really, really in control. But we ask, hey, what accounts is the user willing to connect? And we're going to get back not only those accounts, as well as we can figure out, okay, here is the object that's going to let us interact with the blockchain. So a relatively simple example here where you can figure out what address that they are using, and then you can use that to query, and you could pull up all the different stats about the user. You could pull up their transaction history, all those sorts of things without sending any of that data back to your server. Right? This can happen entirely locally, and the user can audit that and see that that's actually happening. Hopefully that example starts to make sense. There is a secondary sign-in flow that I'm not covering here, where, for example, you can a user could theoretically lie about what address there is. They could modify their browser extension to return the wrong thing. And so the way to get around that is using that public-private key cryptography, where you actually ask the user to sign a message. And if you have them sign a message, then you can guarantee that only the user with that private key could get that result. And so you can that's a one way of proving that a user has that identity versus just fetching their identity from the connection. If you want to have this kind of Web3 reactivity, so like this is a browser extension, so the user can go in and change the settings over time. They can change which accounts are connected. They can change which blockchains are connected. So what we can do is there's an event called window.ethereum.on. And so there's an accounts change an event. There's a chain change. There's a few more events. Effectively, what we can do is we can just listen to those on events, and then we can track those, and then have all of those state changes from the user's browser interactions flow into our application, so that if the user switches to a chain we don't support, for example, you could then see that and immediately react with an error that is visible to the user, so that they know, oh, I can't do that here, or that makes the state invalid in some way. Next, if you want to actually do something with a smart contract, this is pretty simple. You pull in what's called an ABI. So effectively, every smart contract in the Ethereum or EVM world has a public API. This looks a little bit like if you've ever worked with like protocol buffers, where it says, hey, here's all the parameters, here's all the fields, here's all the methods, here's all the types and links and all that. And so you basically just say, hey, create a new ethers.contract. You pass in that address, the interface it's expecting, and then the user permissions that you've gotten from the user. And then you can call any of the methods that exist on that smart contract. So if that's a counter, you could call increment, and then you could, if it's a transfer, you could send in value. All of this, you call that method, and if it's a stateful transaction that actually requires a transaction on the blockchain, then this will prompt the user in their browser and saying, hey, did you really want to do this thing this website is proposing? So very controlled. And then one of my tricks is that you should encode basically all of your ABIs in TypeScript. So I just export a const with this JSON object that is the ABI, which then gives you, again, perfect typings when you import, and then perfect import. So if you're doing lazy loaded modules, you can only pull in the contracts you need to interact with at the right time. So one of the last things I want to do here is I want to point everyone to a few examples in libraries. So I've got up here on my GitHub Stephen Fluent blockchain sync tool. This is just a kind of like a theoretical application built entirely in Angular that interacts with a couple different blockchains and sends transactions and allows you to log in, so you can copy some of the code there. And there's also a lot of kind of very new exciting developments here, because historically a lot of the blockchain front end development has been in React. But Angular is been really picking up over even the last 3 months. And so there's an ng ethers Angular, which is a wrapper around ethers. So if you want a more Angular exposed context, you don't have to do that manual listening on events, etc. That package exists. And then there's also this other package on GitHub called Angular Web 3, where they've actually done similar things, and they've created like their own ng add schematic. So that you can add in a full development environment that combines the best of your Angular application with a local development environment that emulates and mocks out actually interacting with a real blockchain, which is fantastic for local development. The last one I want to talk about is payments, because oftentimes we reach for payment providers like Stripe, which is really good if you want if you have to have fiat currency, you have to have traditional banking. But many more applications now are shipping things like a donate button or other things like that, where they're accepting crypto and blockchain financial assets. And one of the tools out there that exists is called the Squid Router, where effectively you can pull in their SDK. And then instead of asking the user for this crypto from this blockchain, you can just say, whatever you want to send, I will do all the conversions for you. The Squid Router will do all the conversions for you. So if you have Bitcoin on this blockchain and you really want Ethereum on this other blockchain, you just say, put in whatever they have, and then it'll automatically transfer it to what you want and then pay out to your wallet. So this is a fantastic way that I see a lot of applications getting very quick and easy e-commerce kind of built in, while also giving the user control of what they want to be spending, because there's a lot of different currencies out there. And so just to finish things off here, I would say one of the things that we see is that a lot of developers, they get stuck into thinking about one blockchain. So as you're embarking on this journey, think about all the different blockchains, all the different benefits, all the different users that are out there, and definitely consider the Axelar network for doing the connectivity there, because we really try and make it as easy as possible so no one gets stuck anywhere, and that you have a better onboarding experience into this sort of technology. And then there's a meme within the blockchain development ecosystem called Biddle, where there's just a few misspellings that connect people and make them feel part of the club. And so I want to see more people biddling with Angular. So that is it for me today. Thank you so much for your time. And if you have any feedback, I'll be around for the QA, as well as you can scan this QR code and leave any feedback on the session. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Stefan, for a wonderful presentation, and see you at the Q&A session. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
And let's move to the final presentation for junior track of Angular Global Summit. And one last kind reminder to our audience, stay active in the chat. Write your questions, as both of the speakers will be available during Q&A sessions. They are ready to answer your questions, so do not hesitate to ask something from them. And yeah, let me invite Stepan, who is our next speaker. Hi, Stepan, how are you?
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Glad to see
I'm
you.
good. What about you?
Also good, thanks. So Stepan is Chief Technology Officer at StudyTube, and he will tell us how to prepare for the future Passkeys in Angular. I won't take much of your time. Let me add your slides. And yeah, we are ready to go. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So, few words about me. I'm indeed CTO, Google Developer Expert, and Angular. And also one important thing that I want to highlight here, I'm also doing different Angular videos for some advanced topics you can also check out after the link. And you're always welcome for any Angular security questions. Here is my Twitter nickname, the contact. And before we start, the topic that is very important for me and the topic that I start each my presentation. Basically, this image describes everything. That from the left, you see the office building that was our office building at some time. And from the right, that was the state of this building the few days after war in Ukraine started. So despite the fact that it's not that trendy media hashtag, still that terrible things happen in my hometown. And so please share this information. That really helps. And I also want to say thank you to Maud and Christian, who brought this topic, the topic of passkeys, to me. Maud introduced me to this topic, and Christian provided the workshop to understand it better. Thank you very much. So, what we're going to cover today. We will speak about evolution of authentication in general, so to understand on which stage are we now. We try to understand what passkeys are, or what passkeys technology is. We will look deeper in implementation details, and obviously we will see how it works, how it all works in Angular. So let's start to understand the evolution. It all starts with trying to understand whether user has access by knowing something. By knowing something, in most cases, we keep in mind the password. Later on, it got more advanced, and it was not about knowing just password combination, but it was always something additional, like maybe your key or the code on your phone. Next stage, even more advanced, when we can use some characteristic of you, something about you, different biometrics to authorize you. And that's exactly Passkeys is about. And we can look even into some nearest future. The next step would be probably, because all the AI technologies are getting more and more advanced, and all the services collect more and more data about you. So I believe in nearest future, it will be quite easy to identify to authenticate you just by your behavior, just how you move the mouse on website. It will be already enough. But that's something for nearest future. And we will focus on biometrics and passkeys. But first of all, we need to understand why do we need them? Why do we need to go further with different approaches? And let's speak with where we start with passwords. And why passwords are bad, I believe if I ask you, you definitely highlight at least 3 of those points. That's it's easy to steal. It's sometimes it's not good to store it. Sometimes it's provided like a plain text, and so on, so forth. And some data for you, that is 98% of organizations were in one way or another got phishing attack in the past year. We can say that, okay, if we care about security, we probably don't keep our passwords on our displays, writing on a note, but we use password managers. Password managers, there's already a step forward, but still, should we trust them that much? And we know even very popular, very well trusted password manager were hacked. Also, we can use hardware keys. Hardware keys, that's something nice. That's something that cannot be easily stolen, at least not with some sort of man-in-the-middle attack. But still, if you try to think about how many hardware keys will you have to carry to really keep good security for all your services, not only for one super secure, that would be really hard to manage and easy to lose. So, and that's where passkeys came to help. A bit of a history of passkeys. They were invented by organization, FIDO organization, that was founded in 2012. In 2016, they provided first version of the standard, and 17 was the second version of the standard. That's basically what we use. But major change came when in 2022, Apple and almost right after Google, they decided to integrate this standard in their systems. And after a year after Microsoft joined, and that immediately was clear for everybody that somewhere in 2025, we will migrate all the passwords to passkeys. So sooner or later, all the services will be there. To understand technology behind passkeys and FIDO2 protocol, it consists from 2 parts. Simple part that is built within the browser, it is called WebAuthn, and it is made for developers, for web developers to use it. And more advanced stuff, it's CTAP2 to work with different protocols to connect your additional hardware keys, to work with Bluetooth, to connect your phone, also to help with. And we are web developers, and that's good for us that we even shouldn't care that much. It's good to know that we have CTAP2, but mostly we should care about WebAuthn. So how passkeys work? First, we want to sign up our user to create a record. And how it works, we have our user with any sort. We can assume that it's even Windows laptop, and the user goes to specific website, try to create an account there, and here WebAuthn started. It's because it's built in the browser activates CTAP protocol that will require some biometrics that's in all our modern laptops is already built in. After that, the key pair, public-private key pair, will be generated and stored on your laptop and also in the cloud, in this case in Microsoft Cloud. And also, public key will be shared with this website where you need to authorize. After user creation, we can log in with Passkeys. So the same user goes to the same laptop. Laptop already has private public key. User tries to authorize on a website. Website already knows public key. And now back, it sends actually a lot of different parameters in WebAuthn package. But here I would like to focus on challenge variable. Challenge is just a string of random symbols, but it helps to authorize user, because when user will do the biometrics, because everything is encrypted, with his private key, he will be able to sign the package back and also sign the challenge. It means that it will be not possible attack man in the middle, because the hacker will not know beforehand the challenge. So the challenge should be signed by user private key. Also, some ideas that it works between devices, it works in a cloud, it works for different clouds. And you can have even different passkeys for one service. You can also use, before implementation, you can think of using passkeys yourself. And first thing that you obviously, like a developer, ask yourself whether it's possible, whether it's compatible with my devices. And yes, because it's supported by all those companies, you can imagine that it's pretty much compatible. Well, Internet Explorer, we don't take that much into account because we already have Edge, so from Microsoft. Also, if you're interested whether your site is already supports passkeys, there is special resource for it, passkeys.directory. And all the sites are listed there. And the list is already quite big. So a lot of services already support passkeys. Like, for example, GitHub, obviously Microsoft, Google, eBay, and the rest. Also, a reasonable question. I know that some people don't trust Google or don't trust Apple, and they don't want to store their secrets, their passkeys, in their clouds. That's also fine. You can use a lot of different alternatives. For example, I use One Password Manager, and I can store my passkeys there in their cloud. Or you can use any other alternatives, and you can even build your own passkeys server. That's also possible, for example, for your organization. Also, some considerations about biometrics that is only used to decrypt your private key. So you do not send it somewhere else. That's also good. And let's finally, I hope the idea, if you haven't worked with Passkeys before, the general idea is more or less clear, and we can now see the implementation. First of all, we need to create passkey. And in fact, thanks to WebAwesome, that's super easy because it's already built in Global Navigator object. So you can just call navigator.credentials.create, provide special parameters, and you will see Passkeys default pop-up in the browser. So to be even more specific, here is workable code how to create passkeys. Here you see the navigator credentials create, and here you can see an example of options that you provide. Our challenge, as I said, that's something that you will get from the server, and our user, it's quite simple. And I'm just sharing browser screen. That's why I would be able to run this code in console and show you, but in presentation I made a screen, and you can see in a browser such a pop-up that will request to create a passkey. If you use password manager, probably it will be a pop-up from your password manager. So when you created a key, you just need to use this key. And to use this key, the same WebAwesome is the method, just to provide options. Also, I created a complete example where you provide an options. Here are the options for using the key, and you'll get back your key from WebAwesome. And now that was pure JavaScript. To understand better how WebAwesome is implemented, and now diving into Angular. So first of all, that's client-server. Passkeys is client-server technology. That's why you need to be sure that your server is ready. And here we have a great help from simple WebAwesome npm package. In this case, that's you will install server, and it's super easy to create simple web server. Today I'll focus Angular, so I will not tell you too much details about server. Just keep in mind that we need to create 4 endpoints for our server, at least 4 endpoints. 2 endpoints for registration and 2 endpoints for authentication. And now Angular. For front-end part, we will use also library. That will simplify WebAuthn itself. Is not that difficult, but with help of library, it will be even easier. Also, I will not build all the forms and all the HTML and all the components. I hope that if you join Angular specific talk, you're already capable of doing those things. And here I want to focus more on really what the part about Passkeys. And the main part will be in our service, authorization service. And the part of it will be about registration. So we installed the package for browser, and we will use start registration function out of it. Let's create our register function. Like a parameter, we can provide only username. And here, like we said, we already created our web server. And here is an endpoint to get registration options. And we provide our username. I simplified the code as much as possible. That's why I haven't used HTTP service from Angular. I just used fetch here. So when we got our registration option from server, we will use our start registration function and got so-called attestation response. And with it, we are ready for our second step, and now send this attestation response to verify. And important to mention here, when you run start registration function, it will exactly run WebAuthn protocol. And in case if everything compatible with your browser, you will see this pop-up that will ask you to create new, or ask you whether you want to create a new passkey. And when your user actions are done, you will get attestation response that you can send back to the server, to another endpoint, verify registration. And after that, you will get a response whether everything is fine or not. That user was registered successfully. Almost the same logic goes for login. We will use our start authentication function, and we call another endpoint now to get authentication option. Our assertion response that we will send back to the server. So again, when we run this function, it will be request in browser and pop up to use already existing passkey. You will use biometrics to decrypt it, and after you can send it back. It will be validated, and after you get a response whether authorization was successful. So, as a conclusion, Passkeys already here. It is supported by all main clouds and supported by main devices. So you can use it. You can use it for your personal needs. And I think to prepare for the future, you need to think about implementation for all your products, all your services. if you still use just passwords. Because implementation is really easy, especially with help of library. You just need to install one package, create 2 endpoints for registration, 2 endpoints for authentication, and on the client, do the steps that we described. So that was it for brief introduction for Passkeys into Angular. You're welcome. You're very welcome with all the questions. And I also plan to record an explanation video and what I put in my channel, also explain the server part. Because I'm afraid for today, if I would try to cover server part, that would take too much time. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. Thank you for delivering this content, and Stefan is also with us. Thank you guys for your input. It was really insightful and interesting for us, but it seems like everything was pretty clear for the audience, and I don't see any questions. But if anything will come up, I will text you and drop the answer to the author of the question. So thank you both for participating and for your pieces of content you shared with us, and hope to see you at the next Angular Global Summit as well.
Sounds great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And yeah, let's wrap it up. Let's finalize the summit. I would like to extend one more huge thank you to each speaker who delivered the presentation today. Our lineup is amazing. I mean, those speakers are collaborating with us for years, and we greatly appreciate their input. Of the content they are sharing with the community is truly priceless. Also, I would like to remind you that the second portion of high-quality content will be presented at the senior track of the conference, and you still have a chance to grab yourself a ticket with a 20% discount. The senior track will be held on June 25th. We will have 9 presentations, 3 blocks, wonderful lineup of speakers, hot topics, deep dive content. So don't miss the chance to join us for 25th of June senior track. And that's it from my side. Thank you all for watching the live stream. Thank you for typing your questions, for being active, and see you on senior track. Bye-bye.